Spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news content, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You from Bunjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat get my regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This party. TV. This party. Spoon TV. Spoon. And your boy right in the South End.
Okay, and of course, Spoon is here to tell you what is happening in Liberia and our nation at large. A pleasant good evening to you. We're watching from Liberia and other countries that are on the West African time. And good afternoon to you that are watching from the diaspora on the USA time. This is how I'd like to officially welcome you to our midweek edition of the program Spoon Talk.
You want to get a news update,
and for tonight, I am your producer, Rosemary McKeever, welcoming you to the broadcast. So once again, welcome to all of you. Welcome to all of you who are watching via the Facebook Live or the YouTube Live. Good evening to you. Good afternoon to you as well who are listening to me via the radio. We're live on Spoon TV. We're live on Fabric TV. We're live on Super TV. On YouTube at Spoon Talk. We're also live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, and Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM, as well as other radio stations across the country. So before we go into our major happenings in Liberia, let's go to the live and recognize few individuals who took up their time to be here watching us this evening, this afternoon. William Huck is watching from Plymouth, Minnesota, USA. I'd like to welcome you to the broadcast. Robert Gonan, welcome to you. You are watching from RIA Highway. We have William W. Wulu. He's watching from Caldwell, Monrovia, Liberia. Welcome to the broadcast. Daniel K. Binda, welcome. You're watching from Rare Hill, Ominga. Nathaniel K. Hill, welcome to you. Welcome. Venetia's Junior Bar is watching from New Crew Town. Melvin Nathaniel Roosevelt Jolo is watching from Painesville. These are all my consistent viewers. Emmanuel Borley, welcome to you. Obadiah Johnson, welcome to the show.
You want to get
You
it?
have T-Pose P.K. Dempster, welcome to the show. Josephine Siafala, welcome to the show. Monica Mensa, welcome. She's watching from Atco, New Jersey. We have Sony B. Yates watching from Darien District, Bowman County. George Wayan is watching from XD Copper Road. Welcome to the broadcast. Octavius Manja Sao Perry is watching from Chicago. Welcome. Phil Amon is watching from Providence, Rhode Island, US of A. Welcome to the broadcast. Philip Bala is watching from Pennsylvania, USA. Welcome to the broadcast. Siafa S. Kamara, welcome. You're watching from Chicken Soup Factory. Welcome to the broadcast. We have Hanafi Zakarakins Jalo. And that's one new. He said he's joining from District 10 on the Old Road. Welcome to the broadcast. Pearl Campbell, always watching from Georgia Beach State. Welcome to you. Welcome to the broadcast. Charlotte Bernard, welcome from Minnesota. Post Kalo, welcome. Welcome to the show. Fumba MC says, watching from Matadi Sincor. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to all of you. It is so great to be back. I've been out of here for a week, I guess. Farrah Wallace, welcome to the broadcast. I've been out of here for a week. You know, the climate change. So the fever is in the air, and I was unfortunate to have, come down with fever, malaria, and typhoid. People can say that you're bee sickness in Liberia. Well, because of the kind of things that we eat. So, of course, it will be our bee sickness. Mosquitoes are all around the country. So, of course, it will definitely be our big sickness. But anyways, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the broadcast. What's happening in Liberia today? I have just one major update. The House of Representatives has asked two of its committees to examine two loan agreements submitted by President Joseph Iyuma Boakai in the House of Representatives. They are supposed to vote on these loan agreements, but they have asked two sets of committees to investigate. I know, right, Philip? But I'm back. I'm back now. Damona stealing the show for me again. But yes, the House of Representatives have asked two of its committees to investigate these loan agreements. And these agreements are one from the African Development Fund and the African Development Bank that's supposed to support better government financial management. It's supposed to support improved governance of Liberia's mining sector, gender inclusion, and climate resilience, as well as another one. The second loan is the US $55.8 million credit from the International Development Association, part of the World Bank Group. And this one is to strengthen fiscal stability, also to strengthen the private sector growth, disaster preparedness, and climate resilience again. And these two loans include commitment charges, small annual fees on any portion of the approved funds that Liberia does not withdraw within the agreed time frame. Yes, so the committees have been instructed to review the agreements and report back before July 17, after which the House will decide whether to ratify them. And these loans, while they matter if approved, these loans would provide the government with additional funding, right, to close its budget gap and finance key development programs. However, Because there are loans, Liberia will also be responsible for repaying the money and any applicable charges over time. So yes, that's what's happening right now on Capitol Hill. That's one of the major developments of Capitol Hill there with the House of Representatives. Okay, once again, welcome. Let me recognize we have Barbara Barbie Charles is following from Syncor. We have Wema Tume is watching. Avon Hayes is watching from Minnesota. Welcome to all of you. This is now the time at this juncture for us to join the phone lines to take calls to hear from the people of Liberia. Let's hear from them. It is What's on Your Mind segment. What's on Your Mind segment. Call and tell us what is on your mind. What is it you want to tell the lawmakers? What is it you want to tell your leaders? Let's take our first caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, Lorena.
This is Rosemary. Good evening.
Oh, Rosemary, how you doing? This is Oscar Zigman. I'm calling from Compassion.
Welcome. I did not see you on the live today.
Yeah. What about Monday evening have to do with the road leading from Monrovia to that of Rao International Airport?
Mm-hmm.
We want to call upon the president. You know, Rao International Airport corridor is an international corridor that every international travelers are coming to the country travel on.
Mm-hmm.
Government is continuing to send the past government start that project and the Unity Party King and they do some. Up to now, I can't send still.
Mm-hmm.
And that route is getting very narrow and dear for travelers. So I'm calling upon the government to see reason, to see how best they can complete that road. Because there's the international road that we have for our country,
Mm-hmm.
for people to live from another end to another end. So when that road is tight like that, when you come in at night, it's very risky.
Okay.
So I'm calling upon the government to see the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at least send Liberia to being independent. This year was the only year that we pay the higher budgets, 1.2 billion. So let the government see reason and complete that road so it can be a separate road to Liberians.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Your name and where are you calling from?
This is Edmond Carr, and I am a proud member of Concerned Liberians for Justice.
Okay.
What is on my mind is about the drops, the $19.2 million cocaine that was discovered at the Rabat International Airport.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time that the Liberian people discuss or issue more than 1 month now.
Mm-hmm.
So that speaks to the fact that we don't want drugs in our country, and we don't want anybody among us that will live on the tree of drugs to survive. So we are asking the government, $19.2 million worth of cocaine, it's not small drugs we are talking about here. So to take facilitator to court, which is the king, seeing him in court, and we are not seeing all the financial, all of the people that supported A, who brought A, who packaged A, and were about to export A out of the country before being seized at the RIA. We are not seeing any of it. Senate Police IG conducted a press conference on Saturday and revealed the need of King to be charged as facilitator. We are no more hearing anything from them, but what we are seeing is accusation from one thing to another.
Okay.
And they are continually taking the debate from one level to another. Because the more the Unity Party official will come say they have come to defend Vice President, they have come to defend President, the more the debate will be elevated.
Okay.
So what we want is the perpetrator of the crime against the Liberian people. There is no need to cover anybody. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, madam.
Yes, good evening.
Thank you. My name is Liva Standing, and this evening I'm calling from Chicken Soup Factory, proud member of Concerned Liberians for Justice.
Okay, let's
Why
hear
is on my mind this issue? Why is on my mind this issue is the cocaine, the $19.2 million worth of cocaine that was brought into the country. Madam, in Mali, wish they were the secretary of proceeding, then in my mind, that it's true that the executives are aware. Member of the executive, they are insulting senator, more leaders, insulting journalists. Oh, today, more. You will be insulting journalists that they are biased. Yesterday, when they say they don't want $1 worth of the in your country, who reported it was very Brown. You are aware with that story. The only thing president we have to do at the time, let us say I stole money, we stole money, that brings international investigators. And they came here and they did their work, and there was no money was stolen. So, as a farm government, people, according to you people are the most educated people in that Europe. What I expect for you people is okay. Some how we investigate and will not trust you people, not trust them, because for me, I will never trust Gabriel Cohen, even the justice minister, they put their bio. But so you not trust them, you go just well upgrade international investigators so they can help us. That would be the best way. But you people are something leaders, the House of Representatives and in the Senate, when they do their work, one police director will call and be something because you know what is happening. Police director will increase himself for the investigation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I believe the president will work also because his children involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you very much, Miss Marie Makiba Institute in Liberia, and good evening to my Spoon FM family, and good evening to my
Hello, Alfonso. How are you?
Thank you very much. For the sake of the public, the need remain constant at Fangso AF Kama, Nama Spoon family, we know one another. Says Rose Marie Makiba, what actually in as your branding or training issue is fixed. And directly speaking to the Unity Party-led government by Deacon Barcelona, Joseph Numa Bwaka. And what do I mean by this? Joseph Numa Bwaka is babysitting. They are babysitting with Liberian people. When they're not able to join, let them leave it. They are babysitting with us. And we are not babies to them. We are rational and some people who stand for better Liberia, who want to see transformation. What do I mean? Yesterday they voted against George Mane we are led government. They said George we were bringing jobs. George we were but Liberia for some reason they voted there, they brought it to power to do the right things. But there are a lot of mistakes and elementary leadership seen for Joseph Numa Bwaka led government held by retailers. And 19 million jobs were arrested at the RIA Rabo International Airport. There's no stability, there's no proper investigation. Joseph Numa Bwaka have flew from here to Turkey with Liberia taxpayer money coming in with no dividends. That seems to be bad governance. Bad governance ever in the history of Liberia, say 80-22 to 80-47% to this. President Bwaka not able this country.
Okay, Alfonso, thank you very much.
You are far in the who your children. You leave a children for that you go to the answer. Are you a good father? Are you a good father? Love?
All right, Alfonso. Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Hello. Okay, this person is not ready. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, good evening, my dear sister. My name is Jeremiah Siawe, and I joined the platform foundation number 6.
All right, Jeremiah, let's hear you.
My attention has been drawn to this drugs issue. You know, it beat my imagination for members of the executive to be getting angry with the House of Senate when they are doing their work. You know, I saw the post from Mo Ali today accusing journalists for receiving bribe, calling them gossiper that received bribe, you know, to be talking things that they don't know. You know, it beat my imagination. The reality is that the former manner in which this investigation concerned about the is going on the very beginning, and not really been fine. Because they've been telling us to wait and be patient. Now, in the waiting process, bulk of the people that were accused or core person of interest, they have escaped the country. So you may get one poor king carrying him up and down that is unable to bring 19 million worth of drugs in this country. So the Senate asking, they want to know how the drugs came in the country, whether by air or whether or in car or whatsoever, and who brought the drugs. They want to know, and their concerns are legit.
Okay.
Well, you see members from the executive getting angry. I know Samuel Nangwe getting angry with the House of Senate. So it be my imagination is that it is true that or the bulk of the executive member, they are aware of this identical drugs are in this country.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the Lone Star line. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Hello.
I'm listening to you.
This Rosemary, it is said that the woman asked you, and answer a woman. God has not blessed this country with leader. How will you have in 19.7 million US worth problem in your country? Then your police director, your justice minister, your NSA people, your DA people, they joking. I was listening to one of your media earlier yesterday. They were saying some of these guys, in fact, Rodney Smith was the one saying it. Some of these guys were in the country, and the police director and the security to let the people sneak out of the country. How did the people leave the country? Where far? So does it go to say that the president is still president? We make fewer mistakes in the country. That's why I'm always saying, there's no direction for Georgia. CIA, he said here in Georgia. When you're somebody see by the time the police, whether the justice minister, the PA boss, everybody will have been out.
Okay.
You me to know that you don't even have to be a security expert before you can be PA boss in the country.
All right.
How to create the
Thank you very much.
So be a health worker, a social worker, or a worker, or a lawyer to be at the top. So it's just sad that the boy is going back and every day. Even one of the old men who supposed to have 42 years experience.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's take this caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
I don't want to pay from 540 Congo Town.
All right, let's hear you.
Yeah, my sister, one of my mind this evening is about the capital, the burning of the capital
Mm.
Yeah, the burning of the capital. I think it has taken long. It has taken long now. We can't hear anything of the capital burning. So who are those that are responsible for it? We want to see them. We want to know them.
Mm.
Because other people were accused, and today they say in the process yet they have not been settled. So what is this case? So we need to put on one case, we end it off. Put on one case, we end it off. But if we say that again on another case, we'll start joining inside, complex to the people.
Okay.
So we really need to find out who are those that are going to capital.
All right. Thank you very much.
To it and see into it that they capital going business. No, it's a case here. So don't see how those are going. So we're going to penalize them.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Forrest Senior. I call from Ban.
All right, let's hear you.
Yeah, Ban District number 7, Nimakande. So I want to thank the Spoon family for the level of where you people could do regarding the drugs issue. You know, if you people are not mounting pressure and making sure those information are leaked out, the drugs issue wouldn't get any information from it. So I want to thank you ever so much. We thank the Spoon family and we thank our Water Spoon for it is true that you people are taking a risk. You always take risks to make sure that countries get developed. Like in South Africa, Nelson Mandela was a person who pressed for freedom. So the Spoon network is also there to make sure that the freedom of drugs is free in Liberia, that all Liberians will get free from this particular drug issue.
Okay.
The one thing that made us surprised is when those things are happening where society is getting damaged, people with political science take it as a politics, comparing it with Joria, this and that. We said Joria never did anything good for which we all put against him. And we brought rescue to rescue us. So can we compare rescue with Joria at this time? So I want to tell all the United Parties that there is not a party issue. There is a condition that will save the state and save the generation.
All right.
Crying, their children is sent to school, they are dying slowly.
Thank you
So
very
we all
much.
should fight in the front. I want to thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you. I'm Abraham KWK Duple and from Booster.
Let's hear you, Abraham.
Thank you, Mom. I want to appeal to law enforcement officers and the policemen. there's something very ugly that is going on among law enforcement officers and agencies. Chapter 12 of the Penal Code talk about offenses against government secrecy. Subchapter E talk about abuse of office. 12.71 talk about unlawful disclosure of confidential information. People in law enforcement today will be taking documents the office, sending it into the press, in the are trying to show a point. I know political point, what kind of point? It is unlawful to take government documents that is confidential and display it in the press. No, you shouldn't do that. That is wrong. Those of you that are in law enforcement are taking documents from there and breaking it out to score political points, you are in violation of the law. The purpose of the law enforcement is to keep confidential issues on the press. I got a document from SNA that is on the internet. It is wrong. You can't do that. When you're a law enforcement officer or you're a political appointee or elected official, you can't take government a document, secret document or confidential document and start to distribute it for public consumption. No. If you
Okay.
have anything, then use the effective means. You have the Whistleblower Act. It will protect you. Go to some justice. But the fact that the government document and put it out, what you will be doing tomorrow, any foreign agent can send you money, say, oh my man, go to the Minister of Finance, give me financial document. The same thing you're doing here, you will do it. Any other diplomatic agency or embassy can call you, you will take out confidential document and share it with them. Tomorrow, it will start to create a kind of embarrassment for us because we have no means of protecting ourselves if we expose in such a manner.
Okay.
This is as a public appeal, not only for law enforcement officers, for those governments to please desist from that. That is a violation of 12.71 of our law on lawful disclosure.
All right. Thank you very much.
Information.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, ma'am. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Farm Happen from the Department Farm.
All right. Let's hear you.
My sister, what is on my mind is to do about it just this. They see no opposition here, they think for we the laborate. CDCO, ANCO, the other party, you allow everything. They will leave it one side and talk about it just this. They just here, the other many people cash, they put in there. They want to know about that just today. A particular just be him behind a, be him behind a, let it come also. Because opinion Benin all the people for Musa Bede son in jail for opinion business. So they see the court job. All of us who follow when Joseph Baga showing him Isa let him go to jail for a. The papa said we are here in small. When he need Isa let him facing the law. Nobody above the law. When our poor person, poor man coming. When I poor me, they come and catch our jaws with my son and I story nana. Either the person in jail.
Okay.
For me, it's a people in Isa A. Let's just say this don't to all me.
All right. Thank you very much.
We want to see the just to know a person being a just in the country when I saw we from Boncante, we will start our own protesting. We take it from here, we carry it to the capital building.
Okay.
We really want to know who get our jobs in the country.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, good evening, my daughter. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you, ma'am. Your name and where are you calling from?
This is my working according to this 16.
All right, ma'am.
Sorry
Let's
for
hear
the
you.
long. Yeah, my daughter. What is on my mind that is just this name, my daughter. Say yesterday, say I fall on his show. Let it go, let there on 2 minutes drugs in the country. My daughter, I'm a victim for the drugs this in the country. My daughter, 5 years now looking for her. I can't find my daughter. Even my niece thought son. That is same problem. So let the government help her and clear her. Who bring the drugs in the country here? They will bring the drugs, let the drugs, they didn't stop. They tell me, well, our grandchildren to the very old. I didn't want any drugs. Keep drugs, they falling. Don't let it pray, comment, here, now, one will go, now, flower tea. Let drop people, let all people go to stop this tablet. Let's stop bringing my corona, more tea. 5 years, and the people, my corona, I can't follow. And it's suffering, I get sick every day, I get sick. So I comment, try and help on send the who bring it in the country, take him on the
All right, Mama. Thank you for calling. Good evening. Name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, go in this small having family money is better than come and you are ready to call him a baby.
Okay, then.
Yeah, let me say the opposition. I've seen the opposition crying on the job issue, and on our government, I did a pass government. 100 million one job entering the one president have reliable EG for the put beyond back. That job they go free. One president not for the government. And one president we talk about education on 90 million job that were arrested and people were taking from a position. But the Bugatti again suspend somebody from a position, came on no car. But only the past government, they not suspend one individual. President and former president didn't speak on that issue. But President Bugatti spoke on the job issue to tell that he will fight job to the last breath because he campaign on it. But the opposition, they will start talking because we know that you can use that and campaign message because we all know that 100 million war for George, you know, every one president, nobody will put beyond back. They go free. But on President Bugatti, prosecution will go on and President Bugatti will make sure that he will fight George. I think in the country now, George have been reduced to the lower level now because before so go on the street for play to play, calling a here with Sabu, parking around. But today I'm surprised in the opposition running away. What a job, come on. Oh, what a job. We'll tell that President Bugatti will fight the George and it will be seen. You can
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Hello.
You talking to me?
Welcome.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you. Welcome to the show. I'm having echoes here.
Oh, let me turn the TV off. Hold on 1 minute.
Oh, you watching the show? You'll be watching yourself? All right, let me take my callers. Good evening.
Hello. Hey, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
I'm thank God, thank you for today.
All right, let's hear you quickly. My panelists are here.
Oh, thank you very much for the program. Thank God that I'm talking to Mr. today. This is Peter Kalam Kwemo Township of West Point.
Okay, let's go straight to the point.
Okay, thank you very much. My point is the cooking that enter in that period. My first time, by the time I said, my first time here cooking in that bureau, my first time. And up to now, we can't find a new door. The people that bring the trust, I put me one year.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right.
Rosemary, the pepper Jenny Mamba, seriously. You know that story when they say King, you don't want me to the pepper Jenny Mamba, seriously. I don't know why I ate pepper this time. Seriously.
What you got for eating? Hey, you cool, man.
I can't remember eating pepper soup, right? The pepper Jenny Mamba, and I can tell you right now, it will make me to talk. Thank God we got Rodney CA coming on. Like we promised some people, it's going to be a great show today. We want you to share the show. Let's have fun. Let's discuss the issue. Where the drugs came from? How the drugs got in the country? Let's see. I would not lead the drugs business. They can cost my mind part of the business. Thank God my mind can watch. Oh, my mind can watch it, right? All right. My mind fine with that one. But we're talking. Listen, we cannot leave the drugs thing, Rosemary. I don't think the Liberian people want us to leave it. I hear that you're running away from it. You just said. You say you are sick, you get 3+ star 4 in malaria. I don't know where you're name. How you can come up with a 3 or 2+? How you know that 3+, that 1+, that 3, that 2? I don't know. I gotta call Rodney say he the newspaper man.
I didn't know the different pluses.
That the temperature can tell them. So when your temperature is at that level, then at 1. If it goes more, then at 2. They can diagnose you with, and then how they carry you for testing? How you do this? I don't know. I know you have a 3+, 4+.
You go to the hospital, you go to the lab, and then they do the test. Then they come back and tell you what's wrong.
What kind of test they can do?
So I am not a medical practitioner.
No, the test that you do, because they say you have 4+. What you got, 4+ or 3+?
I never have 4+ malaria.
How many plus you have? How many plus you have?
It did not give me the amount. They told me that my malaria and my typhoid, they were active. That was what I was told.
Oh, your own borderline, your own active. So the other people that want to get 1, 2. So which one bad, the active or the 1+ or the 2+? Which one bad?
I don't know. Maybe for malaria, maybe it's
too. Ronnie say, I know we had to talk about the drugs, but Ronnie can run newspaper. Maybe you know about the pluses. Chief, what going to do? What they think about the different pluses? How we doing the one? I mean, welcome to the show. Sorry to catch you off guard. But the malaria plus, they say she got malaria, but she on borderline. The other person they get 3, 4, 5, and 6. What's the highest amount? Oh, Ronnie try to connect. So let give each other, let you connect. I really want to know, folks. I'm sorry. What's the highest amount of malaria? Is it 1+, 2+, 3, 4? Which one can make you the pack? That 5+, Rosemary?
I think that 10+.
That 10+ make you the pack.
I'm not a medical practitioner.
Okay, well, ask somebody to tell you about the different. I'm bringing it up because Rosemary had 2, but it brought it down to borderline. So now she's back.
Not my malaria though, but the malaria I had, it did not have any plus. They just told me that it were very active.
So very active, it means that your own aura is okay, small, right?
I think probably it can be manageable.
Okay, your own you can manage it with what? Then they give you tablet. What kind of tablet they give you?
They give me the antimeter medication.
Antimeter. They say your own aura, then they say give you antimeter. You put know how to make money. Now, which hospital you went to?
I went at ELWA first, and then I got transferred.
Yeah, thing that stuff the government got to pay, then I pay you go. You see, right? But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spoon Talk. I got the Honorable Rodney here. Tonight will be a wonderful night. We've been very busy since yesterday, up and down. It will be the great show. I want you to share this show, my friend. We'll be discussing the issues concerning Liberia. The main topic tonight is about drugs, cocaine. How did the cocaine enter Liberia? Who all involved? Why the government slow walking? The most recent arrest, we're probably going to tell you who they arrested, where that person came from, the connection. And if all goes well, you'll be hearing from other people that will be calling in to give you some direction, but we're still working in the back. And Rodney, it's good to have you on again. Day number 3, since you threw the bomb on Sunday, you came back for the rebound, and now you're going, how do you call it? The hat trick, right? Is that hat trick in football?
Yeah,
3 goals?
Yeah.
The hat trick. Yeah. So welcome to the show, my friend. How you doing?
I'm good. As you know, we're being up and down, trying to get to the bottom of this drug case. We've been talking to a lot of people. Some of them, the main person we've been speaking to, we have to protect the person's identity because they're one of those who have been declared as a suspect or persons of interest. So we have to protect our persons. You know, let me just premise to say, I think a few weeks ago, we did a story about a guy whose life was in danger. His people contacted me and wanted us to help him because his life, they were trying to get to him. You know, drug is very, very, it's a very dangerous thing to play. You can play with it. So we had to, the reason we ran that story is because his family wanted us to make sure that people know he was in danger. So some people who didn't understand the context, they were saying that we announced a whistleblower. And that's not what happened. It was a lot of things behind it. Thankfully, since we did that article, he's safe. And at least people know that he's in danger. And sometimes the media can help you protect people. And we've been trying the last 2 days, talking to one of the suspects. He gave us a lot of information, which we'll be revealing today. So stay tuned.
And you know what makes this so important is because I'm trouble. And I usually come on the show live and do the first 30 minutes after the phone calls and wait till 9 p.m. that we can get into the show. But rather, a lot of stuff was revealed to you. And today we've been on the phone. We are not charging anyone. We don't have the power to do so. But new revelations, things coming up that will help with the investigation, and that Liberian people themselves can be informed. So if we get into it, and when you can, if you think it's okay, protecting some of the suspects or those that have been charged, why do you think it's so important right now?
You know, when I first appeared, the key here is that a lot of people who are involved in this case are afraid for their lives. They're afraid that because the cartel is entrenched in the government, some of them are afraid that if they show up, they will be silenced or they will be unalived. So that's the case of one of the suspects we spoke to the last 2 days. He gave us a lot of information, and I'm not going to say anything here on this platform that will be untruth. Everything he told me, about 99.99%, I've been able to confirm with investigators. So, and also I'd like to make it clear that initially the reason you saw were aggressive with the investigative team is because they were not forthcoming with information about this case. They were too slow to tell us what was happening. I've been assured by 2 members of the investigative team that some of what we know is in the pipeline. Some of the people that we've discovered are already in custody, and we have to protect those who are still at large. In fact, because of the nature of this investigation, people's lives are at risk. So we have to be very careful how much we say on this platform, because it might affect the investigation. Let me make that clear. But what we're going to tell you today borders much of what this investigation is unfolding. So it's very important that we protect those who are at large. Some of them, not all of them. The ones we spoke to, they're very concerned about their safety. They want to come forward, but they're afraid that they don't know who to trust in Liberia among the security sector. But there's also the risk, because I was told today that Interpol is going to be enacted. I would encourage those who are still at large to come forward, because once Interpol is enacted and they grab you, anywhere they grab you, your leverage for negotiations might not be the same. So once that is out there, we can begin the discussion, Stan.
We're going to talk about Interpol, and I mean, where this thing going? Are we going to name names tonight?
Yes, we will be. We're gonna be naming 3 of the prime personalities who I believe, after talking to the 2 suspects and the witness, the person of interest we'll be speaking to, I believe that those three people will help the government and investigative team discover who started this thing and who are the key main players involved in this drugs case.
So let's go through. Will we also name? I know who we talked to. Will you also? You think it's okay to call the individual name that we spoke to? Some of those individuals that you in contact with right now.
I think for his safety, I think we need to keep it for now, because whatever we're going to put out tonight, it might put his life in danger. So we have to be careful how we, I don't think we should announce his name on this platform. But I can assure you that whatever he told me, he told us, I verified with security people investigating this case. And pretty much what he told me is what they confirmed to me today.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to share the show. You can find us on YouTube, on Spoons, Fabric Super, Voice of Liberia. They're having some technical issue. Maybe they are on tonight, thanks to Sekou Sharif. And I wanted you just to share the show, to invite somebody and let them know that, yes, indeed, we will be naming names. If we do have the pictures, we'll put a photo of those that are connected with individuals in the government and the close connection. And Rodney, I also, what I heard also that you will be also naming some businesses or entities in the country, correct?
One person name is someone who owns a business. I was informed today, based on what the suspect told us, that person has already been apprehended.
Oh, the government have made arrest. So I spoke about arrest yesterday. I mean, though we were promised to be there, but again, they did it off camera. So are you confirming that they have arrested that individual?
Yeah, the person's lawyer took them into custody, and they're there now.
Oh, wow. So are you okay now? Like, the government is doing more. And let me just add also, for the sake of our audience, guys, we'll start the show in the next 7 minutes. It's good to have Winfred Russell. Our major discussion all on drugs today. We got Rotten CA. We will be calling names, people connected to individuals in government entity as well. What about this Marcus Brown release? We received information today, and I will call the name, that the superintendent and the gentleman that PP that letter that signed on behalf of the superintendent, they were called yesterday by Oswald Tuohy, the justice minister, and they should be in jail. I think they are in jail currently. Some family member called me, and I will go into that story. But what do you know? This lady by the name of Debbie Wilson, I think that's her name. She's the county attorney, I believe.
For Magibi, right?
For Magibi. And she's took a sworn oath that she know nothing about the release of Marcus Brown. And they saying you told us that we should do a letter to release Marcus Brown, the back and forth, but here come that they jailed them, and Debbie Wilson is out free. More investigation into it, but we can confirm that Oswald Tuohy called the superintendent, and Willie is his name. And they are in Monrovia, and I think they are in custody as of this morning, Liberian time. What do you know? We still got about 7 minutes. We'll get into it.
And what I do know is that those people are in custody. They're being investigated. I don't know why it took so long for them to investigate them, but now that they're being investigated, I think the key would be, do they know the whereabouts of Michael Brown? I understand. That's why I'm saying that I found out that they are making effort now to get this thing underway. I understand that they are making efforts with the Ghanaian or other countries in the region to start looking for those who are outside the country and bring them back for trial.
How many folks we got outside the country?
I believe the Michael Brown, Emmanuel Pa, Oscar Brown, and I think one other person. Yep.
The confusion about Raheem Ba and Michael Brown are the same person. Oscar Brown, Emmanuel Pa, and Usman Ali, who is in Europe. So we got about 4 more minutes. It's good to have you, Rodney Seed, and thank you for everything you're doing continuously. Front Page Africa, Rodney Seed is here. We will be having a very interesting conversation. Again, like I said to you, please share the show. Names will be made mentioned today. People in government, and thanks to the government, they have made some arrests from yesterday to today, saying we announced it, like Ronnie is confirming. But we still got to call those names because it's very, very important that you hear those names. How do the drugs get in the country? We're doing our best to investigate, not to attack the government, not to attack individuals in the government, but to work along with the government to show, like, listen, if we go quiet, the whole thing go on our zero too late. We are not taking a position whether CDC, Unity Party, no. We are taking a position in the interest of the Liberian people, and I do believe it's the best thing for us to do. So I want to appreciate Ronnie taking day number 3, the man scoring a hat trick to appear on Spoon, and we appreciate that.
I'm actually sending you a link to an article that we published September 12, 2023. It just tells you how vulnerable the country is. You should have it by now. So this article was we published when in aftermath of the tea leaves that were apprehended at the airport. I know you can put that article on the screen. So
yeah, once we get into it, let me with the
so
3 minutes
you want to circle at the bottom.
Guys, can we mute? Please, can we mute? Go ahead.
You want to circle where you have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You want to cycle paragraph 10. Before you put on the screen, cycle paragraph 10. And then one of the guys who is in custody now is in that story.
Is this what it say according to our sources? Is that what you want to cycle?
Yeah,
okay.
the consignment of drugs, yeah. So he was one of those.
Don't get into it, please. Let me bring the guys there on, and we'll officially start the show in 2 minutes. So let me give. Thank you very much, Mr. C. It's always good having you. Let me welcome each and every one of you. It's good to have you, Tato Francine Chinua Richardson, the only doctor that I know went to school, unlike the vice president that they gave him the doctor degree. Let me bring in Dr. Emmanuel George, the only doctor also that went to school. And we still waiting for our brother Jefferson Chesson to take his exam for the 2nd time. He fell below by 2 points. I hope they can consider him. I'll bring in Winfrey also, representing Minnesota. By God's grace, we pray he win. And the men are bringing Lone Star, but all the players are not yet. We'll talk about it on the other side. We'll bring in our own retired corner, Aaron Gray, the corner himself. It's good to have you. And Kafiko, as always, it's good to have you guys. Sorry, we cannot give you the chance to really give your intro, but welcome to the show. It's a big show today, and we'll take this time to get into the conversation. Ready? Officially, let's start the show. We welcome each and every one of you watching us. Share the show, please. Be part of inviting somebody. You will get something important today. We are talking about naming names, entities involved, people that connected to people in government. Then we're going to ask the question, what would President Boubacar do now, knowing that some of his government officials have a close relationship to some of these people? So again, this is Spoon Talk. We will not rest. In collaboration with the Front Page newspaper, we will do our best. And you can cause part, it's okay. We stay on the drugs issue. So anything you want to say, you will not distract or we'll stay here. Tomorrow we'll be friends again. You can go up, you come down. we say talk about drugs. We talk about drugs till we can talk about it no more, because Liberia got to be redeemed about this thing. And it's not only drugs, it's about cocaine. Something that's so strange, folks. Cocaine. Nobody know how they can even do that thing, but we know that it's very, very big in the country. The people get warehouses. The people package it together. The cocaine that was discovered, not from May 22nd, the most recent one, June 8th of faith. Dr. Rich is saying the state got a lot of the cocaine in the country that we don't know about. We spoke to our sources today. The state have a lot of cocaine. I'm not talking about weed, I'm not talking about opium, I'm not talking about Tylenol, no. I'm talking about cocaine. The state got a lot of cocaine that the government should be after. And that is troubling. That is very, very concerning. We ask that the government protect the borders because they want to do everything to move those cocaine to Sierra Leone. What was revealed to us today is shocking. So when these names are mentioned, these are allegations on them. But surprisingly, Gregory Coleman still makes some arrest. Arrest in the form that the lawyer of one of them turned him in. That's a good news for the country. And therefore, we want to welcome each and every one of you. Let's get to it. Welcome to the show, my brother, again. And it's good to have you. Spill the beans. Talk to us. Where are we?
So the article I sent you, Stan, is an article that was published after the tea leaves were intercepted at the Roberts International Airport. And one of the players, the figures in that story, you recognize his name in the paragraph I sent you. I told you to mark. Did you mark it? Okay.
Yeah, give it a second. I'm doing it now. I'm trying to find the name. I have 1, 2. Okay, let me just put it up because I have
just circle that paragraph. You recognize the name.
Okay. Let me put it up. Just text me, please, the name that you're talking about. Because I get 3 names here. I don't know which one, except you want me to put them all out.
Let me just.
Yeah. Let me screenshot this real quick. Dr. John. Okay, let me see. 1 minute. Let me put this up. All right. Yeah, sure. So let me screenshot it now. I got the name. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me a few seconds. So so while I do this, help us understand where are we so far from the last time you were on the show, new development, before we get to this article. Now bring us up to speed.
So before today, before we spoke to these people, we're doing our speculation, unsure whether this thing was actually linked to the Dutch fugitive in Sierra Leone. Based on what we've gathered today, we can conclude that it is likely that the drug situation in Liberia is linked to Jos Ledeka, the Dutch fugitive who has been harbored in Sierra Leone. Because the 3 key persons that we're going to be naming today have strong links to the Dutch fugitive. And 2 of those individuals have Dutch passports. That means they're citizens of Holland. One of them, and you want to listen carefully to this one of them works directly under the head of the Drug Enforcement Agency. His name is Jonathan A. Momolu. As you can see in the article, he was one of those who was escorted.
I'm going to highlight it. Let me highlight it. Go ahead.
He escorted the tea leaves. He escorted the tea leaves to the airport when they were arrested. For some reason, he stays in the employment of the DEA. We were told by this one of the suspects at large that Jonathan Momola worked closely with Michael Brown, and they were very, very close. And they are the 2 and 3, including the third person we're about to announce. It's a guy who owns a business called Private Bar. His name is George Leroy Harris. He's the owner of Private Bar.
Send some mute.
So Jonathan Adama Momola works directly under the head of the DEA. He has a Dutch passport. In 2023, he was one of those who escorted the tea leaves to the airport when they were arrested by the armed forces of Liberia. I'm not sure whether they arrested him or kept him on the job, but he still works for the DEA. Jonathan Momola, George Leroy Harris, and Michael Brown are the 3 key mules supposedly behind this whole drug operation. We've gathered that they do have ties to some of the other big names in the government that are behind the drug bust recently at the Roberts International Airport. So I was told today that Momola was arrested yesterday by the investigative team. He is currently in custody, but both he and Leroy have Dutch passports. So it seems like.
Let me interrupt you. Was it Momola or Leroy? Which one of them was arrested?
Both of them have Dutch passports.
Which one of them was arrested?
Leroy is arrested.
Thank you.
Yeah, Leroy is arrested. So I understand Momola is being is a strong person of interest at this stage. What I cannot confirm and what the investigators have not been able to link is whether Momola is allegedly doing the drug business in collaboration with his boss, the head of the DEA. As you know, the DEA has been separated from the Joint Investigative Team. I don't know whether it was because of this issue or it's because the internal fighting that's going on amongst the different security sector. But it seems that the authorities have zeroed in on these 3 prime suspects, and they may be the ones that could drive this investigation where the chips will fall. So that's where we are today.
So let me just, and again, thanks to all of you that sharing this information with us. It's very important that we take this thing apart one at a time. Who is Jonathan Momola? Who is Leroy? We would tell you exactly who these guys, how long they've been in operation, the relationship. So Jonathan A. Momola, yes indeed, is part of the LDA. Yes indeed, he drives for the boss, the officer in charge, Biago. He drives for the officer in charge. You go on operation together. There is no way we are alleging that Biago is part of this thing, but you decide.
No, it's not like we're deciding, but to be fair, the investigator have not directly linked his driver, Jonathan Momola, to him. That investigation will be for the investigator to decide. But what I can tell you is that one of the reasons why some of the suspects are afraid to return home is because they believe that if the DEA is indistinct at this level, their lives will be at risk if they return home. And so I've spoken to some of the people investigating whether they can guarantee some security protection if they return home, because they have a lot more information to share, but whether if they return home, they will not be treated in a bad way. But also the people I spoke to said they're also concerned that they don't want someone coming and then they turn into a hostile witness. So it's a tricky dilemma for both the suspects at large and the government investigators.
Yeah, let me ask you, Ronnie, before we get to the guys. Jonathan Mamadou, we're going to put up his track record. We're going to put up his picture. I'm trying to upload all these things. The Liberian people got to know just the fact that this guy, you know, a driver to the LDA boss that goes on operation together. How bad is this?
I mean, it speaks volume because like the video you showed yesterday with the DEA boss looking worried, the stuff, we don't know whether he was worried because of what was happening behind the scenes. But now that we know that this guy is very, very close to him, similar to what we discovered about Tony and the VP, this is a similar situation. But this one it directly links this guy who's very, very close to Michael Brown and Leroy, who's in custody now, to this whole operation. So it's a very delicate dilemma. It kind of enforces the belief that the cartel is gravely entrenched in the government of Liberia. People are saying, oh, why are we making these connections? But similarly to the situation with Senator Cyrus, I'm sorry, who's refusing to step down from his position, all these things are connected. He may not be involved in drugs, but the fact that he knows a lot of these people that are in this thing, they all are connected. And I think an explanation from all of those who have ties to any of these people have to come out in the public. And if it happens that they are not, involved, fine. But if there's connections made, the public needs to know. And I would urge now that the information is out tonight, I would urge the head of the DEA to maybe step aside until this entire investigation is over.
One, let's go to private bar. Guys, we have your time to talk. We got to list these three individuals and we'll give you the chance to speak and ask questions. This is Speak. We'll come back to the LDA and your own takeaway as the nation glued to the radio and the Facebook or social media outlets to listen to these revelations. Two, let's talk about private bar. Who is Leroy?
George Leroy Harris. He owns the private bar. I was told today that he has a Dutch passport also. And he's been involved in some stuff in Europe in the past. And after he ran into some trouble, he came back to Liberia. These people are pretty much the mules for these higher ups. Now that we know they have Dutch passports and they have connection to George Lideker in Freetown, we know now that the origin of the drugs may have come from several places. It could have come through the shipping. It could have come through the Sierra Leone border, So all of these things, because Sierra Leone is 100% protecting the Dutch fugitive. He's in their grasp. So we don't know whether they bring in drugs from Sierra Leone to Liberia through the border. and everybody turned a blind eye to it, allowing it to come to the country. But George Leroy Harris is one of those who, I'm sure when the investigator completed with the investigation, he might be one of the star witnesses in the trial of Paul King.
We'll go more into Leroy Harris because his connection, his involvement with the May 22nd drugs deal. Okay, you got to know that exactly. His connection, his involvement with Usman Ali in Europe. Mm-hmm. The information that came out to confirm that, hey, this is Chicken Soup and Lapa. How did Leroy Harris, how did he obtain those information? He's the engineer, as alleged, right? And it's good that the police have him in their custody. Let's talk about the third individual, please.
Michael Brown.
Yes, sir.
So Michael Brown is the one. I think he's the foot soldier for all of them. I think he's the one that was doing all the groundwork, making the calls to Paul King and GLS, telling them he has this package to ship. I think that's where he comes in. So I think the $1 million question now needs to be asked is, where did these three guys get the drugs from before trying to ship it on the Brussels flight? That's going to be the next big question. We have some theories right now. We have been told some things, but we can't until we verify it.
And thank you for controlling me, because I was going to spill the beans. Seriously, I was going to say, but you like to wait, curse your teeth and dot your eyes. But this is big, especially when we talk about the private bar. The owners of private bar, whether that one person or that three individuals.
And one thing we got to understand. Now that we know that drug is in Liberia on a large scale, we've seen a lot of strange businesses, multiple businesses. I'll give you an example. Liberia market is so small, about 5 million or under population. Lone Star and Orange are the major carriers. We've tried bringing in a third company, but it never worked. I think they tried twice, right? We had another company, they never worked. But the population is small. But for some reason, we're seeing a large arrivals of casinos in Liberia. So it raises the question, is Liberia being used as a hub to filter these money from these drugs into these different places? That's why this investigation is very, very important. And we have to look into all different corners, all different aspects of who's doing what. Any business that's popping up, and that's where this bar comes in. Is this bar owned by one person, by two persons, by three persons? All these questions that we have to start asking questions about them, because we don't know how these people are filtering the money in the society. And the kids are dying. The kids are, people are dying from drugs.
So let's get into it. It's good to have every one of you on. Thank you for joining us from this end. We appreciate you, Ron Sia, as always. Now we're going to dig deeper. The owners of private bar, the location of private bar, the name Leroy. You talk about Jonathan Massacre. Actually, he been driving. He's part of LDA. He between the airport and that of the LDA office. He take Biago all the way around, and we are talking about the officer in charge, Biago. This is a big one. Direct connection to the officer in charge. Direct connection. We are not saying that he's involved, but you go ahead and talk to us, guys, on set. The driver to the LDEA bus, it is alleged that he's part of this cocaine, $19.2 million cocaine situation. The driver, and ladies and gentlemen, listen, we'll put the pictures up, right? But the driver, Jonathan Massacre, as alleged.
Jonathan Mamadou.
Mamadou, sorry. Yes, thank you. Jonathan Mamadou, as alleged, the OIC driver. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you, and we'll bring out the rest of the information as we move on.
There are basically two things that's on my mind right now. Rodney C.A., thank you for coming to the show and being so clear and also honest and transparent with the Liberian people. You know, confirm what I'm thinking, drugs, cocaine is entrenched in our government. Therefore, I do not believe that the current investigators can investigate this matter. I'm recommending that we move to an independent investigator, someone that has, if possible, very minimal or no connection to this drug issue at all in order, I think this was recommended before, in order to get it out of our country. That's the first thing that I like to see. These members of this independent commission or independent body should be vetted very carefully to make sure that, you know, they have, again, limited or minimum connection to drugs. Then, of course, I'd like for someone in the government. I see that the president and the vice presidents out of the country is just so sad, just left this whole saga just hanging in the country and left. But someone needs to communicate. It is baffling to me that, Rodney, you can come on Spoon and kind of lay out, you know, what's happening with this drug situation. Stanton, you can invite Rodney to come on Spoon and outline where we are. This is what Liberians need to hear. We need to know who was arrested, where we are on a regular basis, maybe 2 or 3 times a day, until it sinks into the heads of Liberians. And then lastly, like you are asking many of the questions that remain unanswered, but at least we're getting somewhere. You mentioned names to us today: Marcus Brown, Leroy, the other person who you said, let me just look at my list here: Marcus Brown, Leroy,
Jonathan,
thank you, and Jonathan Momalu. Those were the 3 persons you already. So the investigators now need to go to ask them questions, further questions. If they're free, fine. You're not saying that, you know, they're using drugs or bringing drugs in the country. What you're saying that you suspect links, and this is all we can ask the independent counsel to do, or commission or body to go and do their background work. How is it that you can do this work, that they can find this information? And lastly, again, answer these questions: how did the drugs come to our country? By what means? Okay, who brought it into the country? And you know, what are we going to do now? What is our country? What are the plans for making sure that these things do not happen? These drugs do not come to our country. Are we going to work on tightening the borders? Are we going to work on, you know, getting new machines for our airport? Are we going to hire a new set of people, new set of eyes? Are we going to get sniffing dogs? Are we going to just do things differently to make sure that we don't have drugs entering out not only RIA but all of the border areas? Thank you, Stanton.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Listen, this is a big one today, and as you use your 2 minutes, let's talk about this issue. You want to ask Ronnie to say a question? That's fine. Kev, let's come to you. I want to focus on these names, right? The private bar, these names, and it's new revelations now, especially the name Jonathan Momalu and that of Leroy, right? We know about Marcus Brown. We'll talk about Marcus Brown release, but Leroy, private bar, Jonathan Momalu, directly under the OIC. I want to remind Liberians tonight. I want you to just think for a bit, right? This is the OIC. Take a look.
Nobody will be spared that we get involved in the importation, distribution, or whatever role we play in the drug sector. Because damaging to our country. It's damaging to the health of our future generation. And we already been seeing there's been a lot of good work that have been done, but again, it looks like it's something that has already been entrenched, that it's a syndicate that we need to break. But the drug epidemic is a national emergency that we have to deal with. And so it would be nice for the cabinet to take a firm position after the discussion to just re-emphasize our sword drawn at the drug trafficker, drug whatever it is. And so today we are happy that we're going to deal strictly with drug and substance abuse. And so the Director General.
So I just wanted you to just remind yourself, right? Listen, we are not tying the OIC of LDA to the drugs issue. But imagine under this investigation, we are talking about his driver, his connector, the man that at the airport and driving for him. The allegation that his name is up in this drugs thing. And it is not from hearsay. One of the major sources that they charge, Ronnie don't want to go there. They have charged this guy, and this guy is talking. The Liberian government charged him, Gregory Coleman charged him, and he's talking, and he's naming name. Kev.
Just to add, I understand that tomorrow is Thursday, right? And everybody on this panel, I just want to reassure you, don't be afraid about what people say on Facebook. When people start being angry, that means they're scared because we're getting close. The president is pissed. So tomorrow, Thursday, there'll be a major meeting of the security and the top officials in the government discussing this crisis because the president is not happy. So if you be a secret friend on Facebook attacking us for bringing this thing up, just know that the president is not happy about it. So if you professing to be loyal to people that we're talking about, just know that you might be kicked out tomorrow. So for me, I'm not afraid of anybody. I don't fear anybody.
Oh man, nobody's scared. Huh? Let me tell you something, Ronnie.
I'm immune to cussing.
Oh yeah. That bread and butter.
I'm not afraid. So keep cussing, but this investigation will go to the bitter end.
And here's the issue I want to say to all Liberians, right? Ronnie is here to stay. This is the best way we can get into the minds and the ears of the Liberian people. When he put this on print media, we come on social media and we discuss it. We got to jam the system. We got to jam the system with information. We all got to work together, right? You can say what you want to say, but Kev, let me get back to this driver. Do you think that Biago knew that his driver knew and the driver was involved, the allegation connected to this thing? Do you think Biago, I want us to focus on Biago for a little bit, the officer in charge.
Stanton, let me say hi to everybody. This is $19 million. This drug is not, the driver will be the driver of this cocaine, but the cocaine belonged to the head. Rodney, you're correct about the Sierra Leone guy. I sent the pictures to Stanton. I wish you can put it up. A proximity to the government. This guy don't deal with no low driver or this. This is a big time drugs guy. I sent a picture where he's sitting and the president and his wife sitting up front. The Sierra Leone media is on top of this. Anybody can go into Sierra Leone media, they will find out his picture is all over. Is a Dutch guy. He doing business. He gets the Sierra Leone government in his palm. And he is about to take over the Liberian government. Probably not take over the Liberian government. I sent a picture to Stanton, the Dutch guy. He's there. They're protecting him. You correct, Rodney. Your information is spot on. This guy don't deal with no driver and this. So let's follow the money. Let's follow the money. This is embedded within the hierarchy of the government. This is very serious. Stanton, I hope you put our picture up and let people go into the Sierra Leone media and look for this guy. They will tell you how this guy get hold of the Sierra Leone government. Seriously, he's a top cocaine guy. He don't deal with nothing. No, and even people are telling me the company of that road that the government dealing with that's supposed to do, I think the Bowater Clay Road. Folks from Sierra Leone say, watch that end. That's where things are coming from. Watch that end. You remember that?
Thank you.
That's Sierra Leone company for that road. You
Yeah, Pablo 4. Thank you. Thank you. Let me bring you in. Yeah, let's do it. We will. Let me bring you in, Russell. Russell, I want us again stick to this new development information about the driver to the ORC of LDA.
Thank you, Stanton. It's great seeing everyone again. Rodney, thanks for your service. And I think people are very grateful and they're appreciative of you. You know, yesterday after the show, a lady called me from Texas and said to me, she said, you know, I'm so appreciative of what you all are doing on Spoon, because this drug issue is a major issue. It's an existential threat to our nation. So I'm glad that Stanton has gotten out all of the information, and now you have Rodney on bringing on additional information. So it was very encouraging. You know, it's not somebody I know, but somebody who watches the show and call. My question, though, is to you, Rodney. Have you reached out to the government and offer your services, your investigatory services? I know you cannot disclose your sources, but have you availed yourself to them and say, hey, you know, I can give you some information? Because even here, you know, I mean, reporters, as you know, journalists were like, you know, especially something that pertains to national security and the interests of the country and all of that. You know, they'll help out without disclosing their sources or their methods and all of that. But, you know, have they reached out to you to help aid them in the investigation? And if so, would you be open to helping the government get to the bottom of these cases and this issue?
Yeah, to be fair, I'm in touch with some members of the investigative team, and we've shared some information. Most of the information I've shared, some of them already have. In fact, like today, when I mentioned what I had, or yesterday, they confirmed that one of the people I called to them was already in custody. And but my thing with them is that, for example, the people we're talking to, the suspect, they need guarantees that they will be protected. And I've been assured by two very serious people that I trust that they will protect if they return to Liberia. But we just want to make sure that the ground is safe for them to return. And so those kind of things work behind the scenes with them to see whether we can help facilitate. That's why we don't want to, you know, announce the name of the people we're talking to, because it might affect the investigation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Russell. Conor Gray, this is your area. Names coming up. We got more to come, though. We got in the picture of the private bat. We're going to put it up. We got in those people pictures as well. If you get a decent picture about them, send it to me. We'll put the pictures up. It's very important that people that involve Conor Gray, they spill in the beans. They're talking, right? They're talking about the involvement of other people. It's connecting the dot now. What say you when you hear about? It's very important. the officer in charge of LDA driver is connected to this drugs issue as alleged?
Good day, everyone. You know, Mr. Sear, in your 2023 report, you linked Jonathan Mamolo as a senior inspector at the RIA. You further linked him along with a gentleman named Samuel Freeman, who was probably the airport manager at the time, along with his deputy, Walker Dixon, as co-conspirator that allowed this Moringa scandal to go through the airport. But he was placed then as a member of the National Police and was, as the National Police also, and was turned over. And did you know at what point they let him free and then he became the driver of the now DEA acting director? So, do you have any clue?
Well, you know, Liberia is such a small place, and we see people recycling in positions in government. Once the government changed hands, people get in government. So I'm not sure how he got. I'm not even sure he was arrested when that thing happened. I'm not even sure they arrested him. Although he was escorting it, he may have told them, say, I don't know how he got it, but just escorting it. I don't know what's in it. But for some reason, he's still at the he ended up at the DEA with Biago. So it's very difficult for us to really know now whether he was arrested or charged. I don't think he was charged or anything, but he's back there working and he's still there. And our understanding is that he's one of the prime people that is involved in this, allegedly involved in this drug thing.
Thank you.
I think the beautiful question from Conor Gray, though. I don't know what if you want us to get into it, because I'm following your lead, because we are on top of this thing. But I agree with you. Let's be careful. This is about protecting folks out there. So, but I think we know how this guy was turned over. Who requested for him? It was Biago. That Biago man, that Biago became, you know, and Biago want him to work for him, the officer in charge. If I'm saying too much, stop me around this here, because I know you want to be very measured, all right? But that means I would say my own on the show very clear. Biago won this guy, yeah. Biago won the guy, and that's the and you know, and the guy's friend to Biago, and he been driving Biago up and down, you know, as we were told today from our sources are giving us this information, and therefore you cannot break that coconut, Conor Gray. You just cannot break it, right? So, but again, let me come to Yeke. So my brother Jefferson went in the back. Yeke, how dangerous, how troubling this is. That Biago driver, for all these years and all these months, it's alleged that he's involved with this thing. And the person that they charge, that the person calling his name, I don't know if Ronnie C allow us, we can call that person name in our conversation today, because this day will not pass except we say as we see it, right? And Ronnie say, I'm sorry, my stomach is bothering, I got to talk, let me talk. But the person, right, that was charged, the person is talking. He's talking. He connecting all of them from one place to another place. And I was surprised. I said, are you saying? He says, Stanton, let me tell you more. But let's slow down, because Ronnie still want us to talk to us, Yeke. His driver. Yeah, talk to us.
You can move faster than Ronnie here. Thank God the guy is not even coming on the phone. Because when I'm on the phone, you'll be encouraged to say a lot of things. So let's keep it like that. And I want to say to Ronnie, we need to inform our contact people. Liberia is not safe for them. We need to be very firm with it. Liberia is not safe for them. They're coming here, we'll spoil a lot of things. We need to get what we can get all of them. If they can get assurance to come before they come. If we can get what we want to get all of them, they shouldn't come. Liberia is not safe for them. So I want to listen to the show because Ronnie is here. Ronnie, don't let State don't push you too much. I beg you, don't do it.
No, but
I guess that, you know, as we talk, both people sending me stuff. I'm told that Jonathan Mobley was at the airport today, And since the article will show up on the screen just now, Samuel Freeman was ousted as airport security manager. Momolu and others were transferred from security department to the regulatory department at the airport. So that's the information I just got. So my thing is, if the investigators know that Jonathan Momolu, the driver for the DEA head, or how you call it, officer in charge, I hope they will have him in custody before he leaves the country, or he tried to leave the country. That's what we understand.
That's why you're moving slow with it, because that's what we're getting. The man is about to leave, and that's the reason why they don't want us to mention his name. But we had to listen. We have to mention his name. Around this year, we got to say this. These guys didn't know the operation. They know what's exactly going on. Whosoever texting you, texting me. We should be very careful now because the country is watching. If the officer in charge, close man, his driver, as alleged connected to this, right? I think the Liberia National Joint Security or the Liberia National Police they got to move in as fast as they can. What do you think? Before the more money, that man will be out like the rest of them.
It's possible. It's possible, but I don't know why he went to the airport to work today. He shouldn't have been going to the airport to work. So we have to ask some more questions, because I was assured today that he was on the radar, that he was going to be looked at. So if he's not, and if I hear that he escaped, then that means whatever arrangement I have my sources, I will have to change it. Something we don't say on the show, I don't publish, because we have to protect people that we get information from. But if I see that they're not telling me the right things, I have to revisit what I agreed to do. But he's someone that's very close to this case. He needs to be looked at.
Thank you. Let me bring Wilfred Bangura and Dr. George. You will come in next. Wilfred, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on.
Certainly, it's good to be here. It's also very good to be here with Rodney once again. Thanks a lot for the show. I'd like to say good evening to our audience who are following the broadcast. I'd like to commence by giving this information to Dr. Richardson. I think she probably doesn't know. The Vice President is not out of the country. He is in the country. So I thought to clarify that. Perhaps you're not aware of that.
The Vice President just got back in country. He was out of the country.
He is
so
in
she's
the country,
not in
yes.
error. Yeah.
No, she said he's not. He and the President are not.
Yeah, just
So
announced that he just got back today.
Yes. No, not today. Not today.
He just got back today, Bangura. Stop.
He just got back, but not today. So I just wanted to clarify that he's here. I wanted to say that we continue to trust the leadership of the president. You know, when the commander-in-chief and head of the country made a commitment to the Liberian people that nobody will be spared in this drug crisis, this drug situation, we have every reason to believe that. He gave a very strongly worded speech, and then in the just ended cabinet meeting, it was backed once again by his commitment to fight this drug situation. Because the president, like all of us, knows that a drug is even worse than a civil war, because this thing is addictive and is a number one killer of dreams and of a whole generation. So the determination of the president and the government to fight it, I think, is welcoming. This is why we have never lost confidence. We believe that at the end of the day, there will be finality to this matter. And he stated that whoever is found culpable will be brought to book and will be dealt with according to the laws of the Republic. That is a great consolation. I wanted to ask two questions to Rodney before my 2 minutes elapse. The first question is that, Rodney, so far, looking at the investigation from where it started up to now, do you believe that the government is making progress and is on track to bring this thing to an end and going after those that are culpable? I think Rodney is not, probably on the phone. But I would like for him to answer that question. And I also wanted to know whether he was in the country as we speak or he is out of the country. Those are the two questions I want to ask. So I will yield back to you. Okay, now you're back.
Can you unmute Ronnie if you are muted?
Ronnie, did you hear my question?
Rodney is on the phone. Go ahead, make your case. He's on the phone.
Okay. So Stanton, so I would want to close by saying that we will call on the public, on every Liberian who is eager for answers, just as we all are. We are all eager for answers. We want to see justice in this matter. We want to make sure that this country is purged of this very dangerous menace, killer of the future, that our country cannot be used as a place for drug. It has a reputational damage on the integrity of the country, and that it also have a very dangerous consequence for the youth and for the future. So we want to urge the investigators, want to urge the government to follow the details of the president to ensure that they use all means possible and all deliberate speed to go after the perpetrators, all those, follow the evidence wherever it leads. The president is clear. There will be nobody spared. So we call on every Liberian to be steadfast and to trust the government. And as the investigation progresses, that we will soon have a finality to it. So I will yield back to you. And if Rodney comes back on, I hope that he can answer my questions. Thank you.
Rodney, are you okay? Can you unmute and answer Russell Bangura question, please?
Yeah. Sorry. What was the question again?
So two questions quickly. Looking at the investigation from where it started up to now, do you believe that the government is making systematic progress in it, and that is heading somewhere, that we can get some results out of this in terms of bringing perpetrators to justice? And the second question is, are you in the country or you stay out?
I can answer the first question. I think it is going somewhere. And I think in the beginning, I think that I was very skeptical about the investigation. But after certain things were verified to me today, from what I was told by the suspects, I think about 99.9% of what they told me was confirmed by the investigating team. So I want to believe that they're on the right track. But I think the investigation is being hampered by internal squabbles. And I think no one knows who's what, who's involved, who's not involved. There's a lot of skepticism among the security team. So I want to have an eye and ear in the meeting tomorrow on this thing, because we have a big meeting tomorrow. And we'll see what was being discussed in that meeting tomorrow. And I think we'll get a clearer picture of where we're going with this thing. But I think I was told today in very strong words that no one would be spared. And so whatever the suspect told us yesterday and today, the names that they called to us and the links that we're making, I can assure you that there will be a lot of big shocks when this thing is over.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me bring in Emmanuel George. Rodney said you are quite correct. The confirmation is coming in. I think we should push harder. I think there's no need for us to, even have our source's name. I don't know. You can break that, or it's up to you, because we are talking to the same group of people. And I think we should just tell the Liberian people exactly who making these very, very, very serious connection. Emmanuel George. Again, I will not leave this because I really need the Liberian people to hear this. The officer in charge of the entity that should be controlling drugs and fighting drugs and moving up and down to make some serious arrests and break down the cartel, his driver is the one, as alleged, transporting drugs and involved with this thing. What a big allegation. And I'm informed that President Baga is fully aware that, Ronnie, you got it too. It was just sent to you. I'm informed that the president is fully aware he have these names that we are calling, and he's not happy. Emmanuel George, how serious is this one, man?
Well, it's serious. So I'll ask Rodney a question and then pick it back if I have the time. Jonathan Momolu, is he in the employ of the LDA, or he's the personal driver to the director general, or whatsoever title he has? Okay, before I answer that, I don't want to get the exact quote from what I was told by one of the investigative team members. Okay, so what I was told today is that Jonathan Momolu, currently working in the OIC, Officer in Charge, LDEA. So he's currently working with the OIC of the LDEA. So yes, so they're aware of some of the information that we were told today. But how he got to the airport to do the work is a puzzle to me, because I was told that he was on the radar and he was, so I don't know. Okay, so tonight is still blurred. I should get clarification by the end of the show whether he's employed by the LDA or he's a personal driver that was brought along with.
And that's the thing that Ronnie must said different on.
Oh, okay.
Seriously. So let me say this to you. If Ronnie, can I? Because I don't want. This is a big thing, right? So I mean, and Dr. Bubba will not like this, but I mean, let me just talk it, right? Ronnie will protect everybody. But our sources, and before the show end, we'll call our sources' name because he doesn't mind, right? They're chasing him, and Ronnie is doing the right thing to protect him. I'm trying to protect him. That's the best thing I can do. We make all necessary connections since this morning, folks. He said, this guy, Jonathan Momolu, was handpicked to come and work for the officer in charge, by the officer in charge. And what means and method these people did the arrangement to take him from the airport and bring him to the LDA. Then he started driving for the officer in charge. Now, the officer in charge get different drivers. But for certain operation, Jonathan Momolu is the one that will serve as a driver. People in the LDA right now, they are confirming that story. So whether you have a direct working relationship, he employed, or he assigned at the airport, he is directly involved with the officer in charge. We have established that. The people that are talking will talk to the government, but Gregory Kuma know him. The LDA officer in charge, Biago, he should be the one and tell us how this man got employed. He know him. That's his boy, that's his Peking. He operated with him. We are not alleging anything on Biago, but this guy is directly involved with Private Bar Leroy owner, Marcus Brown, and it's not the first operation as alleged, Emmanuel. So let's stop sleeping on the show. Let's stop acting that we don't know. We have been fully informed. The government is aware that this driver is directly okay, to stop me. Go ahead. I'm not going to call name, okay? I know you guys don't want to call name, but let me say this thing because it looks like we're sleeping on the show. This is cocaine we're talking about. I pray I ain't call name, or maybe I'll have to go in the back and run the show. Yeah, well, go ahead, Emmanuel.
Yeah, so with the clarity we're getting from you, I think it's big. Because if he handpicked him to be his driver and he set aside the official driver that the LDA assigned to him, it's a big thing. It's an issue. It appears and it shows that he has personal relationship with this gentleman. So I think when the LDA boss wrote that letter of resignation, if they had the information by them, they should have accepted it and then place him on an investigation. Because I mean, there is something here that look extremely fishy. Because if you handpick this person, brought him to be your official driver when there are drivers that are assigned to you at your office and you are not using them and you're using this person, it shows a very, very close relationship and a very, very or is someone who you appears to endorse a lot of information to, and you have a lot of confidence in that person. If your confidant is in such a situation, then definitely hands would definitely be pointed to you, to your direction. I'm not accusing him of being involved, but I mean, if where there is fire, where there is smoke, fire seems to be very close to it, and that's what I'm seeing right now in this situation. If everything is correct, that he handpicked this person and he's using him as his personal driver.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Let them make progress. We got a lot to do. We have not even covered the private bar yet, folks. You want to know the location of the private bar. You want to know who is this guy, how many times he been involved in this operation. You will get to know everything on Spoon. Thank you for joining us. Share the show. Let's dig deeper into this drugs issue. We are helping the government, folks. We are not anti-government. We will only help the government to help you. Let's bring in eyes to do. It's good to see you, my brother.
Yes, Tano, thank you, and hi to everyone. So let's unpack everything we have heard over the few weeks or a few days ago. One thing that stands out to me is that there will be a serious form of public trust into the entire episode of investigation. It does seem, though, and we always agree, that somehow, some way, in some form, people are connected from one angle to the next. Even those who should be investigating seem to have some form of hand or leg somewhere connected to it. If you put everything together, it only tells you that the possibility of the investigation being very transparent almost does not exist. How do we solve this one? And then I will go back to the communication from Senators Snowe and Cornyn, calling for an independent investigators to undertake this entire 19 million cocaine case. In my view, every rational being will think this is the way to go. Today, we are talking about the driver or an associate of the officer in charge, responsible to combat drugs, having some form of alleged link to this 90 million case. Let us not accuse the officer in charge, but let's be reasonable enough. The driver to the officer in charge will only be driving under instructions. We all have drivers. The driver to the officer in charge will not just leave and go drive something with no instruction from somewhere. His boss must. Bottom line, in my view, all of these people will not give us a transparent investigation. They will not follow the money. They will not follow the lead, because the money will be at someone's door and they will not enter there. It is their interest. The lead will be at someone's backyard. They will not reach there. It is their interest. To cut all of this short, why can this government that have spent millions of dollars on travels, on entertainments, put aside some money to have independent investigators overtake this entire episode? In my view, the Liberian people then will start to develop some trust into any result that comes up. Of all of these names that have been around, only one person is in custody. One person. That the king, Paul King. All of the other people left the country before they were even charged. Others will leave and then they will be charged later. Others got certain lane. They say no, they didn't. All of these things will give the Liberian people headache. And I am sure the Liberian people will not believe in any result from investigation that comes from the very people
are accused. The government would need to listen to what Kone and Snow said, go by that to have any form of credibility into whatever comes at the end of the day. Because everything seems to be you haul rope, rope haul bush. You bring bush, bush carry tree. So at the end of the day, people will be covering each other. There will be no here, no there. Somebody will not want their name to come up. They will call their friend will call another person, and will just be in this with no end. In my view, independent investigators should be the way.
Thank you. Ronnie, let me come back to you before we bring Dr. Boble. Dr. Boble, it's good to see you. This is very, very big. This is very, very serious, folks. There's a reason why we're going to move into these different names and entity. Ronnie, let me digress a little bit. Give us a backdrop on Leroy. For those of the folks that just joining us, Leroy from Private Bar. I mean, his involvement and other reason why. I think he said 2022, and we put this up. Give us a little backdrop on him.
No, that was for Jonathan. Leroy is, I think he has a Dutch passport. Both of them have a Dutch passport. He and what other guy name? They have Dutch passport. Leroy and Jonathan have Dutch passport.
If you mean they have Dutch passport, it means they are national from Netherlands and talk to us about the little history, because we were told, and I want you to say, how they got involved in and out in Liberia. Can we also talk about, if you like, the document I received from Usman Ali, who is somewhat running in Europe right now that the government have charged? How did that document, how was it received by our souls that yes, indeed, the shipment was received in Europe, the May 22nd shipment? Can you talk to us? Who sent it to him?
Yeah, the source confirmed that Leroy called to verify the shipment arrival, or confirm the shipment arrival of Usman Ali in London. So that is.
So let me hold you there. And Leroy, the owner of Private Bar, called Usman Ali, and Usman Ali confirmed that the May 22nd shipment was received in Belgium. Am I correct?
Correct.
And then thereafter, what did Leroy, the owner of Private Bar, what did he do with that information?
I believe he shared with Jonathan Momolu.
And he also shared with our souls.
Yes.
To convince our souls, saying what? Why was it so important that Usman received this information? Why was it so important?
So the souls told us that I don't think we should say that, because it might link disclosed to. We don't want to name his identity.
Okay.
They will know that,
Okay. All right. I mean, I respect that, but I think it's important to say, because people want to know how the Private Bar is involved. Can you also tell us the Private Bar relationship with Marcus Brown? Will you also expose our soul's identity?
So no, Michael Brown and the three of them, they are the three people that are directly linked with this thing. Michael Brown, Leroy, and Jonathan. Also said the three people that, and people gotta understand this investigation is not just, it's different facets of the investigation, right? We're trying to draw a connection with people. Today is the DA connection with Leroy, and the other day was Tony with Michael Brown. So there's a link between all these people, in this thing. It's not just, I see somebody commenting saying that, and yesterday, well, this person not this, it's a different facet of the investigation happening. It's not just one facet. So that's why it's good to enjoy the links of the different people involved. So at the end of the day, we'll put everything together, and then as we get more information, we'll put everything together in like a pyramid, so we can know who is who and how this whole thing came together. But I can tell you that Leroy, I hope the investigators are really, I know his lawyer is there with him, but I hope they can get a lot out of him, because he will be able to tell them a lot regarding Jonathan and Michael Brown.
So while we go to Dr. Bopley, we want to stick with Marcus Brown and Leroy. We were told, and we're wrong with this story also, you need to know, our fellow Liberians, that it is alleged that Leroy, the owner of Private Bar, paid the money to release Marcus Brown. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. Ronnie, you got to help me out here because I want to say it today, and I don't know whether tomorrow will be there to say it. Let me say it today. The owner, it is alleged, the owner of Private Bar, Leroy, he sponsored the release of Marcus Brown. Once Marcus Brown was released, since 2024, and in the few weeks this thing broke, he, Leroy, as alleged, took Marcus Brown out of the country. And it is very important to say that. He confirmed with our sources, I can help you, like I help Marcus Brown, and maybe I'm saying too much and stop me. So let me just pause.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
You want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's enough because the thing is, you don't want to get the source or the suspect that we spoke to tangled into who knows what and who told us what. So let's just keep it as a need to know as we go along. Because we have to protect him.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bubla, you want to come in? Maybe we'll do another show in the next few days and we'll put more out. But it was a very, very big revelation today. You know, usually I let to spill the beans, but we commit to our sources. We committed ourselves that we will protect his information and his interest in this matter. Exactly, we want him to survive because they're after him like hell. You want to know some of this revelation, things that he's saying is a very, very, very big one. And I respect what Rodney is saying, that we got to protect that. Dr. Buble, the officer in charge, driver is involved, the private bar owner is involved, linking them to Marcus Brown. And this thing it's taking another turn. Dr. Buble, talk to us, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, everybody. Stanton, I'm praying for you, man, so you can so you can have the discipline to be able to not say everything you know. Something you think you don't have to talk about. So, Rodney, welcome, man. Good brother. It's good to see you. And honestly, I'm so glad you're on. Your contribution is so meaningful. You know, it is an important case to the whole republic. We started from all of the speculation, the president's sons to the vice president in picture with people. But now we're getting to substance. And I think it's always best when speculations don't run ahead of thorough investigation. So I appreciate you. You know, you're a respected journalist. You got so much history, you know, with being able to share information. So I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for helping us to help our country, because this is important. You know, I just as a sidebar, I just got to say, Stanton, you know, when showing the video and the president was talking, I was just looking at the body language. No accusation, no nothing. I know better than to accuse the DLDA boss or anything, but man, the body language was just interesting during that little short spiel. But here's the thing. Here's my input on this matter. I said before, I want to say again, the more I listen to what Rodney shared, it's clear that we are better off if we are thorough, if we are persistent, and we follow the evidence. I said last night, I say again, wherever it leads, we need to go there, because this investigation is not just about now, but it's about tomorrow. It's about our youthful population. It's about protecting our fragile society. Drugs of this magnitude, any type, is not helpful for Liberia at this point. So let's be persistent. Let's be thorough. Let's follow the leads of the evidence, and wherever it goes, whoever it implicates, they ought to be dealt with by the full force of the law. So I'll just say, as a historical context, 2022, $100 million bust. At the end of the whole exercise, all of the key players walked free. this time, we are hopeful that that will not be the story. That this time people will be held accountable in the interest of justice, in the interest of the future of our country. So we stay with the issue and we'll keep digging and we'll keep putting feet to the fire of those responsible for the investigation. And we'll keep inviting our friend Rodney as he does his investigative journalism to help shed light on this. So we're watching and we're engaging. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dr.
I think some people joined the show late because I see somebody commenting that we should call the name of the people, the Leroy. In the beginning, we said the full names. We're just saying Leroy just to cut it short. But the owner of Private Bar is George Leroy Harris. George Leroy Harris. And the DA director driver is Jonathan Adama Momolu. So those are the two names that we're talking about. So when I say Leroy, is George Leroy Harris, just to make that clear.
Again, like Dr. Bobler said, Dr. Richard saying, I will have to be disciplined today because we've really got to protect our sources out there. You know, he begged, everything is on the line. He's running with his life. He's not, you know, it's very important to do so. But also important to make sure that the Liberian people have the full information, Dr. Richard saying. And I want to know their take, though, as Rotten see it, you know, revealing these things, these new developments, right? If you move closer and you follow the money in the relationship, a lot of people texting and saying, we knew it. We knew it. And if we can say, I believe this is his picture, right? If this is not a picture, who else's picture is this? And we apologize, but I believe this is Jonathan Momolu picture, right? And you got to understand, you know, as alleged, he's the driver for the OIC. And Ronnie Sear said that he was at the airport today. People were concerned. As we're discussing this issue, people surrounding him right now and saying he's walking free, but we were told that he was under surveillance. I don't know how it worked, Rodney, with NSA or the Joint Security. He was under surveillance, Rodney. That's what he said. Is he still, is he now going to hit the road, Jack? Don't you come back like the rest of them? But what do you think the game plan here now concerning him? And you also told us that, well, the private bar owner, Leroy, is in custody. He's went in there with his lawyer. Whether he's in custody or prison at Liberia National Police, or whether they're going to formulate something, well, they got him. How big is this for Leroy? And why is this guy gallivanting all around? And do you think he's under serious surveillance here, Rodney?
Well, after we spoke to the suspect, when I approached the investigators, some of them, I was told that George Leroy Harris, the owner of Private Bar, was in custody already. He was picked up yesterday, and he was there with his lawyers, asking questions. As for Jonathan, they said he was on the radar. They were aware that his name came up in some places. He's been on the radar. So I was surprised when I got the text just now that he was at the airport today. So I guess they have to move fast before somebody escapes again. We're not saying he did anything, but the fact that his name is coming up in these interrogations, I think he needs to be someone that they pay close attention to.
Dr. Richardson, let's do this round. We'll focus on Marcus Brown, those that were involved. When we put a letter up, we got a new development on those names. The justice minister called them today, those people that signed the letter, the superintendent, the county attorney or county, whosoever she is. We'll put the information up. Ronnie have those things. He will bring us up to speed. And the status right now, we'll talk about it. Then we'll come back. It's very important. So I feel in light because Ronnie Sear is sanctioning me. I cannot go into deep. And it's important, but I understand, right? Because this is big. And other people involved, we got to call their name, but because maybe the safety of other people, we got to pause. But Dr. Richardson, how shocking is this? Where is the officer in charge? And before you come in, let me quickly ask Ronnie Sear. Ronnie, is he still under the Liberia National Police, if any of you guys know? Because he was just officer in charge that got transferred from the Liberia National Police, correct?
You mean DEA?
Yeah, the DEA officer in charge. Is he still under the Liberia National Police?
No, the DEA and the police under Justice Ministry.
No, not the entire DEA, not the entity. The guy, Biago. He was transferred from the Liberia National Police, right?
He was assigned, so he's still with the police. He's assigned.
With the police.
So he stayed with the Liberia National Police, correct?
He stayed with the police. He used to be the commander for.
So it means that Gregory Kuma is still his boss, correct?
Yeah, yeah. And
I mean, Colonel Gray, you know this thing as your era, am I right? Colonel Gray, it's not time to shake your head. People in the radio, they're not hearing you, sir.
What's
You gotta
up,
say
man?
yes.
If somebody is assigned, it's temporarily assigned. So if it's confirmed as commander of the DA, then there'll be a shift, a lateral shift in his assignment to become commander. Then he's no longer associated with the National Police. Well,
And
for now,
the reason why I'm asking, this Jonathan Momolu guy also, he was also at the Liberia National Police, correct?
yes, he was. All of those guys are, yeah.
The only reason I'm asking, I'm trying to connect this thing, and I don't want to pour all in. And when I ask the question, Ronnie said quiet because he tells me to stay on chill. But that's the connection.
Center, in fact,
That's
he
the
was
connection.
identified as a senior inspector. So he's not
That's
only
my point.
a big
But
guy.
that's my point. So they're all from the Liberia National Police, and they all were assigned now, or they are assigned now to LDA. So they are operating in unison, yeah, Dr. Rich is saying. And that's why it's become even more concerning that their involvement in the association, the Liberian people got to dig deeper. Talk to me.
Yeah, Senator, I'm very concerned. The fact that we can sit and be discussing whether the vice president is in the country or not is also concerning, or the president traveled out of the country is also concerning during this grave bus drop. This information, when I say that the people in charge, our leaders, have to frequently communicate with Liberian people, this is what I'm talking about. Secondly, I want to say that I think Rodney raised a good point about the new establishment of these businesses in our country. People who are in drugs business or in the cartel, they establish what I consider to be fake businesses. So I don't know if we have the understanding or the equipment to be able to do this type of investigation. So I'm pleading again to the government to again establish an independent body, as well as seek out help regionally or internationally, because this will be one way that we can stop this drug process. This from going deeper into making our country be labeled into something that we all will not like. So I think we should really look into it. The government should look into it. And I think that this transparency is what we lack in here. But yes, I agree. Calling these names, these three names that we have tonight, Jonathan, Marcus Brown, and Leroy. If we work expediently, we can help. We can arrest them and ask them to, or put them under surveillance and ask them to talk. That's one of the ways to do this. And that's just, again, like you mentioned, Rodney, one aspect of the investigation. There's more to come. Drug cartel is not a simple, small thing. And you got to keep talking about it to stop it.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Before we go to Rodney, let's give you some. Biago is still the current chief of human resources of the Liberia National Police, right? And you're right, Colonel Gray. But let's understand, how did this Jonathan Momolu guy is working with, and he is sent directly to Biago, the officers in charge. He's a very, very confident man to Biago. And Biago, he does not go anywhere without Jonathan Momolu. So the relationship is so close that Shetty, and you know why. They are buddy-buddy, right? This operation, if it is confirmed, and through the investigation, these are allegations, right, and see it. What say you? Do we have dirty backups and LDA officer? Can this be? Can the government? Can the president ask for the officer in charge? Can he remove the officer in charge? Not ask. Can he just dismiss him?
I mean, I think he can, but my understanding is that the president has been informed about what's going on, and he knows about some of the people that we're talking about, and I think it's just a matter of time. I know they're waiting for the investigation to to be completed. But I think it is important for us to see how this thing plays out, because if the president is aware of some of the names that we're calling, maybe he himself giving them a little bit of leverage or a little bit of time to come out to tell him the truth. So I think he's back on Sunday. And that meeting tomorrow, I hope in that meeting tomorrow, they will clear the air on a lot of things. Those who are allegedly involved in this thing in high government positions, they have to come clean, because I believe the president knows some things already. So those people that are on social media insulting, causing people up, they've got to be careful, because this thing is not what it's seen, what people think it is. It's a lot of people involved in it.
We were told, Ronnie, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry for that. We were told, you and myself, we were told that Biako knew he had some information that his driver were involved. Do you think that he revealed this information to the Jones security? That's the reason why they put him aside?
But that's the reason why some of the suspects are afraid to come forward, because they're afraid. They don't know who's involved and who's not involved. They know some people, but those people are tied to other people. So suppose someone come to Liberia now, and then they found out that they coming before they put a send the line off. So they're very careful. They're very, very careful. I think that's where the investigators have to be very careful, because at this stage now, you don't know who to trust. That's why I'm wondering whether this was part of the reason why they kept the LDE out of the Joint Investigative Team. Because in the beginning, I know he's not really part of the investigative team. So is it part of the reason? We don't know. But it just raised a lot of questions now that we're told from one of the suspects that this is the case, that the DEA driver is involved. Whether the DEA himself, the OIC himself is involved, I guess that we have to wait and see how the investigation or the investigative team plays this one out. But if I were him, the fact that my driver is involved, I would either take action to remove him, or I myself step aside for the sake of transparency and accountability.
But they didn't name him as suspect. Let me bring the rest of the guys. And this is troubling, folks. They didn't name him as suspect. He wasn't even close, no name. This thing coming up from people involved, like our sources telling us, because they know exactly what's going on with the $19.2 million worth of cocaine theft. How can the officer in charge of the DEA convince the Liberian people that, hey man, his confidant, he didn't know, but he was carrying on an investigation?
Okay, but Stanton, and that's what the investigation need to go, because I think it's bigger than even the OIC. The OIC was recommended to the LDA by the VP. Jonathan and Oscar Brown, who working at the airport, close to Tony. And here's the kicker. Tony recommended Jonathan to the OIC as driver. You see where this is coming from? That's why you see they cannot touch Rodney. I know you get this story. I know you're digging behind the story. Central, I know you know the story. You're digging behind the story. Who recommended the OIC? The VP. Who close to the VP? Tony. Who recommended Jonathan as driver to the OIC? Tony. You see where it's coming from? So when you see Tony, it's not being Jonathan is not being touched, because it's coming from somewhere. So when they keep talking about the bigger hands, all those players we call him are linked to the VP. All those players, the Oscar, the Tony, the Jonathan, all. So Tony is the guy. OIC very close to the VP, very, very close to the VP. So whatever Tony say that who close to the VP, the OIC do follow. Yeah, where this coming from? All road leads to the VP. Rodin, I know you know this connection, and I believe you will come up with more information on that.
All right, Kev, thank you. But that's not what our sources telling us. Maybe your sources is saying that to you. It's very important to be clear here. These connections is driving its own path, the path to uncover this issue. We stay up every night convincing people that they should speak on the facts. And maybe Rodney don't want to say it. We were like 6 individuals on the phone today, international folks involved with this investigation. They are taking notes. And this is not under Apple Rodney CA coming on Spoon or Stanton Witherspoon on Spoon. This is about the international folks that involved. We were able to talk to them. They are seriously involved, and we have to really say as it is. What we were told today, and kind of great, the relationship between the driver, Jonathan Mamadou, and the officer in charge is very, very close. Always travel with him. And there's a huge revelation that we can sit on this show. What is so amazing, what is so surprising, the government didn't name the driver. The government, nobody make mention. It came from one of them, Conor Gray, to say, you guys look in this direction. Private Bar, Leroy, the owner. And then we begin to break down who all the co-owner and, for Private Bar. Where is it Private Bar? Then we went ahead now on this Jonathan Mamadou issue. His connection to Marcus Brown. His connection to Biago, the officer in charge. Then we asked ourselves, well, what is happening here? Why are these people names? Why the names are on the low? So then I said, right now, we got to say something. And immediately Ronnie started pressing button. They arrested the Private Bar owner. And then they showed that they had surveillance on Jonathan Mamadou. So I'm coming to you, my brother Conor Gray, and I know Ronnie will say his own after days. Liberians need to know these things. We have to keep our ears open and our eyes open because it is concerning. It is close to home. What do you think President Vargas should do now with the DEA boss and those folks involved? Because it's not only him. It's not only Biago. The other people under him, they are all connected with this transaction as alleged. What do you think now, Conor Gray?
Well, Stanton, if you read security studies, it would tell you, as some of us have done, of course, in the past, it would tell you that if you want to thwart or if you want to disrupt the cartel's inner working, you have to firstly disrupt their chain of operation. Of course, Mr. Kefasan will involve in Blazkite as he will. It will always be that individual. But I said from the time Biago was appointed to serve as acting, I said as long as the IG, the Inspector General of Police, has a say in who goes to certain places, especially the DA, then it's a perpetuation of any of these kinds of criminal activity, because he should not be the one to make those recommendations, even though he may have a say, but it should not be the outlier, the individual that makes the recommendation as to who goes. You need an agent, a special agent that has no connection with the entire government right now for our national security, because that individual would not be easily pulled. And when somebody make those kinds of statements, people think you don't know what you're saying. Yesterday, a gentleman called the show and mentioned that he left the system 8 years ago because he's been in the West, maybe in America here. He called the show and he said clearly he used to work take-on packages for this Oscar Brown gentleman. So this is not a 2024, 2025, 2026 situation. The trace goes back. Rodney Sear just said in his 2023 report, go back and look at some of the names that are surfacing today. Those are the enablers. That's why I would say you have to dig deep. This is not something that started today. Look, drug cartel don't just operate 2-3 days or 2-3 years. They have a long trail to be entrenched. So when somebody comes out and begin to say, let's go back to the VP, let's go back to this person, they absolutely don't understand how these people work. That 2023 report, done by Rodney is rich with almost all of the actors that are visible now. My question continues to be, why was this guy, Momolu guy was not prosecuted? Instead, he was let go, and today is incorporated as the gentleman who is in the center of all of this. We have to be able to say this. If we want to make sure that we get rid of some of this drug situation, don't let people like the police chief or certain people within the security that are entrenched already make recommendations. Look, the president will have to look outside of those people and be able to bring somebody who will disrupt a stranger, complete stranger. I remember 2024, Hassan Fadiga mentioned that a package was surreptitiously picked up from the airport, and that was the disagreement between him and his former boss. So this is a ring. This is a dragnet that will have to be able to penetrate, but now with the old actors. And as long as we hear that the next person that is recommended comes from either the chief of police or maybe somebody in government, I understand they want to be sending certain ethnic people in that particular position. Some of us not from those ethnic background, but be able to
why you think that, Conagray? Why you think they
I don't know. Look, Suau that was there come from the Nimba belt. Biago comes from there. So is this a pattern now that people that should go there should come from that background? We have to look at it security. We have to look at it beyond. Why is it so? Why is it so? And want to get rid of this menace in our society. We can be sending the same actor who are sleeper cell, and when you revive them and send them as acting, they become active. So we have to look beyond just the ordinary people that are being recommended. Look, we can't have one group of people that we can use, we recycle them over and over, then we're perpetuating the crime. Let
me ask Ronnie Ronnie, let's I know we come to this position thing, Ronnie. I want us to move on, connecting what took place, the letter you shared on the show a few days back, right, about Marcus Brown. Those individuals are involved. We are hearing that they were called by the Justice Minister in question. They are in Monrovia currently. They will be at the House of Representatives because they call them, right? They call them for a special hearing as to how did they release Marcus Brown. Bring us up to speed, and I will put those pictures up.
Yeah, I know that they've been investigated, and they're currently being talked to, and they've been told that they will have to answer some questions regarding how Michael Brown escaped. I think it's important that those people, because they were the ones that the authorities in Calcutta released Michael Brown hands into. So they were responsible for him, for his wherever he goes. They were responsible for him. Mind you, when I was in prison, I was in for a billable offense, but when I went to the hospital, I was escorted in handcuffs in an orange jumpsuit to the hospital. And it's not an easy process, but they just let this guy leave the prison without any supervision. They didn't let me go to anybody's supervision. And I was a billable offense. And this case is a non-billable offense. This guy was caught with drugs at the airport, and he was allowed to leave without anything. So those two people, the woman you saw in that picture on the sheet from the court, they should know where he is. and they should be able to point the investigators in the right direction because they can be held responsible for him and force him to come back to Liberia because they stood for him when he was in prison.
So I have a question, Stanton and Rodney. So if they stood for him when he was in Liberia and he is not showing up, it's obvious that from what we hear that he left the country. Why are these two people not arrested or in custody? And people are now inviting them to come for an investigative hearing.
But because we're talking about this thing, because we're talking about the drugs case, we're not. I think people thought that this thing was going to go away. But the thing about it is that the thing with drugs, people involved in drugs, they'll make some money instead of maybe forgetting about stuff after a while, they go back into it. I think that's what happened with Michael Brown. After he was released, instead of turning his life around in this small country, he decided to go back to the same business again, and he was caught again. So we need to get. That's why we need to get a better security for around this issue because people cannot just keep walking away from the system. We had the $100 million drug case, and then the suspects arrested, tried. The trial was so fast. That was one of the fastest trials I've ever seen in the history of Liberia. It went by so fast. I think it was like a week or two, and then they were freed. And the money that was seized from them when the containers came in, they gave it back to them. So it tells you how entrenched these people are in our society. And so whoever freed Michael Brown needs to be in custody until he shows his face. Because they related to him, so I'm sure he would not want to see them in jail, so they need to arrest them. But my understanding is that the authorities of neighboring countries are being put on notice that he's around there somewhere, and they will go after him.
Stanton, I'm not sure who was next to speak. I know Color Grace spoke. I spoke.
I think it's my time.
Okay, go ahead.
So you see, I listened to everything Front Page is saying, but we need to be very careful here. The fact that this guy that is connected to Biago is not arrested up to date, that means they're not taking the investigation seriously. They are making fun of the Liberian people. Because if you look at the connection, and if you go down with this connection, when Biago is involved, that means Gregory is involved. If Biago is involved, that means Gregory is involved. Under no condition, Biago will be involved and Gregory is not involved. And as long as you get that chain, and Gregory feels he's the authority when it comes to national security, we need independent people to investigate this case. Until we can get independent people and those guys get assurance to come to Liberia, I think those guys should stay away. Because, let's take for example, we on the show looking for something. Then that Bople standing over it. How do we find it? It's difficult to find it. Because we're looking for it, that Bople, all of us looking for it. Then somebody in our midst standing over it. How will we find it? That's the case with the drugs business. The drugs business, they got people from within the national security are shielding these people. So how do you do the investigation when you get Biago, Drawer involved? As long as that Drawer is involved, Biago is involved. As long as Biago is involved, Gregory is involved. So where are we carrying the investigation? I see why our focus people are saying they don't have the security to come. It is true. There's no security for them. Those guys come here, they will treat them. At the end of the day, they won't get nothing out of them. So I'd rather they stay until we can get independent people to investigate the case. We need to know who will be those independent people. Would they be better driven people, hungry people that they can give money to and compromise the investigation? All of that need to be investigated. Because when you put better driven people there, say that the situation here, let me chop my own. The people, when the other people come, they will handle the situation. The case will go nowhere. Because I see in Liberia, to find integrity in Liberia is difficult. It's difficult to find integrity in Liberia. By the time they push small, my family gotta live. I'm sorry. My family gotta live. I'm sorry. Where are we heading to? Where are we heading to? So we need independent investigators that will be charged with responsibility to investigate the case. If not, for those people to leave to come to Liberia, they're not safe. And if I were advising them, I would tell them not to come until they can get assurance from independent people that are not better driven people. Thank you, Stanton.
All right, I'm sorry, guys. When you're on the show, a lot of information coming. Right in. Seriously, we're going to do everything to protect our sources. All right, and we are not here to, I know it's painful that to both play, and we come out to say this thing because of love of country. But on the contrary, we should do everything to protect our sources. They are willing to talk to us, and we appreciate them. Ronnie, let's go back to Marcus Brown issue. I'm begging you. I want to put this picture up, and if you can, who is this lady, and what's her involvement?
Isn't that the county attorney for Magibi, Dede Wilson?
Dede Wilson. So what's her involvement here? We were told certain things about her. Can you help the audience?
Yeah, so says you're one of those who pushed for him to get out for Michael Brown to get out of prison. But when she was asked about it, she denied it today, right? By the two women. She said they didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, so the justice minister called the two individuals, and it is very important for all to say this. So the justice minister called Willie Sonongo, the deputy superintendent. This is the deputy superintendent. The justice minister called him. Well, the picture not going up. All right, there you go. His name is Willie Sonongo, deputy superintendent for operation. And the justice minister called Nelson Wu Prison. This is Nelson. And the justice minister called Nelson as well. This is the prison superintendent. All right. I don't know what Nelson dry. I hope he's eating. But the justice minister called both of them, right? And just to inform you all and ask them to stay in Monrovia, that they will be going to present themselves before the House of Representatives tomorrow. When they spoke to Dede Wilson, the county attorney Dede Wilson, she said, listen, I don't know anything about that letter people passing about with. She denied her involvement in this letter. That's the problem. This letter we share. She said, because Willie and Nelson said they were instructed by the county attorney Dede to prepare a letter and ask for a release of Marcus Brown. If you see the signature, say PP Willie Sonongo. He's a deputy. He PP for the superintendent himself, Woy. That's a Woy. So they're saying, and Labrin, you gotta hear this. They're saying, I don't know anything about what these guys are talking about. And that's why the conflict lies. So if the county attorney don't know, and the judge was deceived.
That's what the letter was PP for.
Right? Then it's not adding up. Was the judge deceived? The county attorney said, I don't know. She told Justice Minister, also 12. She said, my fingerprint are on our thing. They asked the two people that prepared, they said, you told us. So people are pointing fingers. They will appear before the House of Representatives tomorrow. I can confirm to you, James Colette went to Bon County today, Magibi, and he picked up those documents from Magibi, and they will be asking a question tomorrow on the House of Representatives. But it is amazing to know that from the assistant down to the county attorney, Ronnie, talk to us if we are allowed to say, because I know you holding me here. Let Dado Bopla go, then you come in, Ronnie. Dado Bopla is kind of like complicated right now.
Well, I don't know if it's complicated. I think either somebody's lying and somebody didn't do the right thing. Remember, the county attorney is the government lawyer, and he represents the interests of the people. So if the county attorney were making a representation for the court that persons X, Y, or Z should be released, then the county attorney would do that. If the prison superintendent writes and requests that they remove the person, the county attorney say she had no knowledge, it could very well be. Okay, it could very well be. But that's interesting because somebody's not telling the truth, or somebody didn't involve somebody. And that's why right there you can investigate and find out what really happened.
Well, let me go back to you before we bring in Bangura and the rest of the guys on this Marcus Brown. It is alleged that the owner of Private Bar, Leroy, sponsored the release of Marcus Brown. We went back now to McGibby. The county attorney said, "You tell your thing for me. You don't put me in your bylaw." She told us what was this thing. And also spoke to the two individuals involved. They say, "You told us, you asked us to run it. Who's supposed to do what? Did they deceive the judge? And what do you think? What's your take? Because you know more to this."
Yeah, I can only speak on what I experienced. So when my process was going on, there were letters written to certain officials in government, and one of the letters I had to sign also. My signature was one of those letters I had to sign. So, and there were phone calls involved. It's not just letter to say, "Oh, free running CA," but they had to sign certain documents, and those documents were followed by phone calls to whoever was in charge of the prison and all that. So, if certain people announcing they're not aware that this letter is written, that means either they did this thing without the consent of the justice minister and other people involved in the case, or somebody paid money to somebody that's Liberia now to have this guy released from prison. That's the only explanation I can think of right now. But the fact that she's saying she doesn't know about it, it raises a lot of suspicions about this whole surrounding Michael Brown's release from Kakata prison.
Emmanuel George, what's your take here, Dr. George? Listen, we got one more coming up. It's very important. We share this with you. Let me share with Rodney here first. We having, if he agree, he just reached out to me. Jonathan A. Momolu going to be calling on the show, and we hope he can call. He will be calling. Emmanuel George, what say you? The back and forth, the finger pointing now. Hey, that I mean. But I thought you should meet her approval, Dr. George. And Liberian people want to know who lying. How can these two guys then carry out such an operation? Then somebody release this guy. Emmanuel George, building your house will come back to you. Let's bring in Bangura. Let's build your house. Yeah, Bangura, go ahead.
Stanton, thank you very much. I'm sure by now the Liberian people can appreciate why we said that this investigation is very complex, it's intricate, and that they should be patient. The eagerness, they were waiting, we are all waiting, we are all being eager, but it was very important to take time to investigate properly. You see all of the multi-layers, all of the intricacies and the directions that the investigation is taking. And I agree with Rodney that it is going somewhere. It is headed somewhere. So these kinds of investigations, I have investigated before, but from my own layman understanding, it requires a lot of painstaking effort to go after the cartel because they are entrenched. I mean, it goes without saying that people, the names we're hearing today from the beginning, many people didn't contemplate about those names, but those names are going to come out. So the investigation is taking shape, and the evidence is going to lead us there. I wanted to state that Conor Gray, do not fall for everything you hear from Kef. You know, you got to be careful with that. The appointment of Biago never came from the vice president. Never, ever. And I repeat, never, ever came from the vice president. This is on strong authority. It is veritable and very verifiable. Not because he comes from Nimba, so the vice president comes from Nimba. It's easy for one to just draw, a correlation between the two and just start to run. We're discussing a very important matter here. And people that kept them, all they're concerned about is causing distraction. Use the name of the vice president to cause distraction from the real issue, from the real case. Here we're hearing, we're seeing how the investigation is moving. It is important for us to follow it. So he wants to create all kinds of lies, concoctions, and things that he can use as a propaganda. Look, we all agree that this thing is should be devoid of politics because it knows no color, it knows no party. Really, it's a epidemic, it's a plague that affects everybody. Your children, my children, and even future children, future generations. So to try to draw a line, everything to the vice president, this kind of obsession, I don't find it cool.
I don't want to hear the vice president thing, man. People playing politics. Let me let's talk about the issue here. No, let's talk about the issue here. I agree with you. Let's talk about it. Big issue. If anybody get anything on the vice president, show it. Let's move on. If you can't show it, then we'll talk. But let me bring it right there. I get you new information here.
Yeah, Bangura, I said the recommendation came from Gregory.
The recommendation came from Sam Gay and Gregory Coleman, right? We can say that. But let me talk to you, Ronnie C. I beg you, right? The country on 20, this woman did it with it, right? She persecuted Marcus Brown. She sent Marcus Brown to jail. She did. It will only meet her approval to release Marcus Brown. So in the letter that came forth, you want to say something? Or you just went off?
No, it makes sense because in my case, the judge had to sign that letter also before I was released.
Correct.
So if she doesn't know about it, then there's something fishy going on.
And I think she's in Monrovia too. They call all of them. They would be before the House of Representatives. On a serious note, she's in Monrovia. I just announced that Jonathan Momolu, his name is Jonathan. I'm going to be very careful. I don't want to call him Councilor Jonathan Massacre. God for me. I always made a mistake, right? His name is Jonathan Momolu. Just when I announced, somebody called in and said, no, we want you at the Liberia National Police tomorrow. Don't go on Spoon. Just when I announced, someone called him and said, don't go on Spoon. We need you at the Liberia National Police tomorrow to give your statement. What say you, Ronnie C? I shouldn't have announced it, but again, I have to announce it. Just when I announce it, they say don't go on Spoon. I know you guys will beat on me, but hey.
Like I said, everything I say here has been verified. Everything I was told by the source who spoke to today, the suspect, has been verified by the investigators. I don't know why I was told that he was under surveillance and he was being monitored. That's why it's good to do this show, because maybe we are not talking about it and the guy win that he may leave the country, the other suspects left the country. But now that we talk about it and now that it's out there, hopefully they can ask him some questions about his connection to Michael Brown and to George Leroy Harris. So it's important that we discuss this issue, from time to time, just to let people know that we're on top of it. It's very important.
But what say you though? And to tell you the truth, I'm laughing because they are texting me. We announced that he's coming on. He wanted to challenge these allegations, and he's saying, listen, I just graduated from AMU. I just got back from Europe. In the midst of the May 22nd drugs, we were told he was in Europe. He worked at Amsterdam, whatever the airport is, Schiphol. You remember when we were beginning? Schiphol. He worked at our airport, right? And you know that, Ross, so that the beginning, because everybody was thinking to go to KLM, let KLM take you to Schiphol.
Schiphol.
You were pronounced that. Well, picking up, we're looking to go to KLM and go to Schiphol. But he worked at the airport, right? That's where he came from for 3 some more years, right? He just graduated from AMU or whatever U. But amazingly, they said, don't go on Spoon. Those guys, they are greedy hyenas right now. Come to the Liberia National Police and can give us your statement. I want you to speak to the fact that his name just came up. That is to say, the Jones security had nothing on him. Is that so, Renuncia?
No,
If you are not given statement up to today,
from what I was told, that they knew, they was aware. That's what I was told today. I was told, based on the call we had to deal with the suspect who were protecting, we were told that it was Jonathan Momolu and George Leroy Harris. And when I made my call to the investigator, they said George Leroy Harris was already in custody, and they were monitoring and had an eye on Jonathan Momolu. So the fact that he tried to come on Spoon, I don't think that was a wise thing for him. It's good that the investigators are calling him in to answer questions. Because from today's conversation with the suspect at large, it became clear that the three individuals allegedly directly linked to this whole thing is George Leroy Harris, Jonathan Momolu, and Michael Brown. Those are the ones, those are the mule, the foot soldiers for the big guys.
and Jonathan Massacre drive for
Jonathan
Momolu drive for the OIC. Thank you very much, Ronnie. Let's make this last round, and then we can try to want to understand. I want to say, if you came late on the show, we call names. If you know the location of private bar, yeah, I will bring you in. If you know the location of private bar, the owners of private bar, whether that one person or
I'm told it's in Painesville.
Painesville. I say, you know the location of private bar. Can you help us?
I don't go to bars, so maybe the people who go hang out in the
Yeah, I passed by when I was there.
I say you don't pass by, you enter. Don't do that to us.
No, I don't go to those places. No, I don't.
No,
if
I say you pass, you enter. Let's make progress here, my brother. Don't do
No, I don't enter those places.
Is that the one by the junction? Isaac, is that the one by the junction?
It's right after GSA Road Junction.
GSA Junction, yes.
Between GSA Road and
On the
Tupu
right,
Road, right
going to
between
Red
there.
Line.
So you park GSA Road a little bit right up there. It's still
okay.
Yeah, it's always packed every time. I wouldn't go to packed place. I don't know. It's always packed.
You don't consider the Calabash bar because you go to the Calabash, right?
Not exactly. I know you always want to make it your own topic.
Not exactly. You don't think go to bar, but not exactly.
Yeah.
You go to the Calabash, that's up that bar. Don't do that.
The Calabash is a resort.
Everything I want talking about your business.
Okay, no problem. Make the case, but give us the
Yeah.
Go ahead, Isaac. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So two things I think I would say now my mind kept running to, or especially that Ronnie brought up. One, the issue that concerns the communication, and Auntie Dede, should I call her, and saying she's not in the know of it. You know, I mean, the fact that the name is out there, we need to be clear upon it. You know, Santa, before her name even came up long time, you remember, an authority, high level authority, had called once and told me, oh, this is a person I thought we didn't know. And you remember I called you, I told you, said, look, let's look at this person. Who is this person? Even I was on the show, another authority confirmed that she played a big part in Michael Brown leaving prison. In as much as she didn't sign, the communication was PP'd for, she who want to disassociate herself from that. But let's look at it from another angle. At the time this entire Michael Brown thing was going on, when they were releasing him from prison, there was no noise. There was no issue. So you wouldn't have expected that someone would be doing something fishy behind. At that time, we never had no drugs problem. There was no one causing noise. They were doing it in secret, in common. They were doing their own thing. So you have expected that she must have been in know of it, and she must have told somebody that, you know, go ahead and do it. I'm not there. That's how it happened. But to come up now, that noise all around and say, oh, I wasn't in the know of it. Even if you are in the know, you are the County Anthony. Are you saying from 2024 to 2025, you are not asked any question at all of someone you yourself persecuted, sent to jail, and you don't know if the person, you got no concern about it. The only time you are not in the know of the communication is when you have been asked a question. I mean, any reasonable thinking mind, we're not buy into that. But again, we are watching. And the second thing I wanted to talk on quickly, you know, Rodney, you try to bring in the casino business around, Liberia having part to play, here and there. Then I started thinking outside the box. Okay, Tony name was mentioned in this whole thing, not being there, but some lane here and there. Once upon a time, Tony was not at the Lodwell Authority. Well, he went there and became the head for the licensing department. Those very people that are responsible to give casino license, say go and work. But then the issue of drugs concerned that whole place, and then the man whose name is somewhere around the corridor has been sent there. So I was looking between the thin line to see something not adding up to me. Like, okay, well, how come your name is around the corridor, casino names around the corridor, you are the one responsible to make casino operate, to give them license, you were sent there, and then you came on the show and lied that you applied when you didn't know apply anyway. I thought it's something we need to look at, how things are adding up. And that's why I came to my own conclusion. Again, I will go back to the communication from both Senators Snowe and Cornyn, which I thought is in the right path of bringing some credibility to the investigation. I do believe that the people who fingers are being pointed to cannot be the same people telling us what they're investigating. I do believe independent investigators can be the only surety of a fair and transparent process. One finger can be pointing at you, then you the same people telling us that you are investigating something. Somewhere, somehow, there will be some form of compromise where we will not get certain information. All of these people from the LDA, the other person, the other associate, in my mind, they all need to back off and let independent people take on the investigation of this cocaine thing. That's the only way we will be certain that indeed the right leads, the owners will be brought to justice. We have cocaine in our country that was about to be shipped out. We don't know as of today what pool of entry it came at. We don't know if it was in Liberia. To uncover all of these, I think we need independent people to tell us, not the very people being accused telling us what we are accusing them.
And we can announce on the show, like Ronnie said, he said, the president will be back on Sunday, and that will be a lot of serious conversation. I don't know if you believe it. When you connect private bar, it's troubling. Yeah, I've never seen me speaking like this because today we sworn an oath to speak briefly on this issue, quietly, just to protect so many individuals that are helping to uncover those evildoers in the country. I must assure you, we know that the end to this story. And if the government play the kakalika, we'll expose them. Nobody knew today we were going to talk about Private Bar and Leroy. No one knew today we were going to call Jonathan Mamalu name. The name connecting Marcus Brown. Folks are willing to talk. People are angry. They're begging for protection. They're begging, seriously. They're after them. They want to kill them. They're threatening the families. They are complaining of different cars in the neighborhoods. They're telling them that we know your wife and your children, we know your family members, your brothers and your sisters. They're calling some of them with different phone numbers. We have some of the numbers they use. If you reach up to the numbers, they are ghosts. So this is big. It's a complete cartel operation. If you have guys then from the Dutch area, Dutch National, Liberian Dutch National, and we are talking about the gentleman in Sierra Leone, they know each other, folks. We are not attacking the government. we are helping the government. We are helping the government because it's the best thing to do. The government don't know it all. We receive this information. The pakana is cracking. Trust me, it is. The pakana, the coconut is cracking. There's a reason why tonight the Liberia National Police were quick to tell Jonathan Momolu, you need to come to the police station and give us a statement. There's a reason why. So I will give it back to Rodney C. Let's wrap this thing up. If any of you have any further questions, we will start to run this down because it's important for us to keep some and see what the government will do tomorrow. But we can confirm the owner of private bar, yes indeed, his lawyer turned him over today. Jonathan Momolu will be going to give a statement. We know what Marcus Brown is. I was shocked when they followed the footprint of Michael Brown. I know Ronnie don't want me to say, so let me just stop this file and just leave it there. Go ahead, Yeke.
So I just sent you something just on the Criminal Procedure Law 34.2 that state who have the authority to give somebody compassion leave. It is a justice minister. I just sent it to you just and put it up and go through it. So what happened with Randy and Christiana Tar was Christiana Tar, Councilor Tar, instead of writing the court at the time, she released Randy C on her own. It was when the Supreme Court came in and suspended her license for 6 months. And that's how the president suspended her. And that's how she resigned. So if you are going to go through the process to write the court, it was going to be different because the justice minister has the authority to request for somebody to have compassion leave. But she didn't do it at the time. She did it on her own. So her license was suspended by the Supreme Court. And under a lawyer can be Chief Justice of a country. Under a lawyer. When your license is suspended, that means you are not a lawyer for the time being. And now she was suspended and now she decided to resign. So they have the Criminal Procedure Law there that I sent to you. Only the Chief Justice has the authority to request compassion leave. So you got to put it up. So the county attorney do not have the authority. The county attorney do not have the authority. That authority is not within her purview. Only the Chief Justice have the authority to do that. So
I agree what you are saying is true. It must still go through the county attorney. It must still go through.
I think we're missing the point here. We're talking about drug money. Drug money can buy anybody.
I agree.
It's highly possible that one of these actors, either the superintendent of the prison or one of these people, took that money and they're brought out with that letter. It's possible.
They do not have the authority.
Because the thing about it, at the time, Michael Brown wasn't a high-profile person.
But let me ask you a question, Ronnie. Let me disagree with you. Please allow me to, right? So the letter is fake. The judge didn't okay that letter.
I don't think it's fake. But what I'm saying, money passed around for him to get out of prison. It wasn't for free.
So I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying.
Money passed around.
But you also telling me the judge in question, Kerry, he released this Marcus Brown guy, correct? He did, right? Can he release? Do you think that he released Marcus Brown almost 2 years now, and Dede, the county attorney Dede, they didn't know about this?
Well, look, stand up. Like Rodney said, if money is involved, corrupt practices will emerge. So the judge have to be questioned because the judge knows the law. And if the people who wrote to him do not have the authority to release, then remember now, the judge wrote to the court. So the judge had to release the person. So if money changed hands, then probably people did the wrong thing. Unfortunately, it happens in our court. And I experienced that in one of our courts repeatedly. So it could very well be that money exchanged hands and the judges, people do the wrong thing. So they released the man in a lawful manner, improper. So the county attorney might be right, okay? But I think it's worth investigating, because if that had been done properly, then some of these circumstances, at least with this individual, wouldn't be.
Are you saying that they released the man with all the knowledge and approval of the county attorney?
It could very well be.
Seriously?
It could very well be.
Money involved.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Senator, if I may speak, throughout civilization, whether from the Egyptian civilization to the current leading American civilization, it comes to time that one case, one situation has so much power to turn the society around. And I believe this case has all the propensity to turn our country around. Because everything we're reviewing that what actually happened in our country. When money changed hands, people don't follow processes, they don't follow procedures, they don't think accurately. And we can see from the airport all the way to the judiciary system is linked in this drug case. Laws were broken. Many of them did not expect that this would happen today, and they have happened, and so many people will be roped into this. And hopefully, it will help us to strengthen our systems and our processes in Liberia. Because that letter, Stanton, has CC copy. You want to tell me that Anthony, if that letter was CC, let's say she knew nothing about it, but at the end there is CC copy. So if we check her files in her office, there is no copy of that letter in her office. She have not seen it. No one briefed her.
All right. So your question, Emmanuel, let me interrupt you because we got somebody to explain exactly what happened in Magibi County. Please don't call your name. I don't want to. Today they say I'm gonna protect all my sources. But like you told me this morning, and Ronnie says informed, explain exactly what happened. I'm sorry, I get you on in my ear. Let me take it from my ear. All right, go ahead. You're live.
Okay, so this is what happened. The county attorney requested the superintendent to do a letter to her or to the judge, and then CC copy her and CC copy the judge, and then they get copy to the defense counsel. The defense counsel is Marcus Brown lawyer. And then when they got that letter, they plan a hearing that they both, Della Wilson and the defense lawyer went in court and they argued and they had an argument. And it was based upon that the judge granted Michael George a release, Michael Brown a release, and he turned over to his family that he should leave the prison. And it was that commitment, that release, that the prison superintendent used to release Michael Brown. So it was better, and the defense counsel had an arrangement along with the judge. So they only instructed the prison superintendent to do what he needed to do, and that was all. So Della Wilson and the defense lawyer, along with the judge, three of them decided to do the entire stuff. That's the information.
So don't call your name, but just pause for a little bit. I think everybody just cool people say blue G and made an I then open Y. Can you repeat what you just said? Let's understand who gave the instruction to Wilson and the other gentleman.
Councilor Della Wilson, the county attorney of Magibi County, instructed the prison superintendent, because as per the structure of the Ministry of Justice, the county attorney is the chief prosecutor for the county, so she has control over the entire prison there. So she instructed the superintendent to do a letter that Michael Brown is sick, he's not well, and then they take that letter, CC copy her, CC copy the judge, and also they give copy to the defense counsel. And then after you receive that letter, it was based upon that letter that the judge scheduled a hearing for argument between both lawyers, between Della Wilson and Michael Brown's lawyer. After they scheduled the hearing, and when they went through the hearing, it was based upon that hearing that they issued a release and turned Michael Brown over to his family people.
Why the superintendent didn't sign? Why waited PP the superintendent in place of the superintendent? Why?
The superintendent no reason for not signing. But when it was just used for things that he don't know, because I think that's all, because he was just used as a scapegoat, but he did not know what was going on. And when they did a letter, Nelson was in Monrovia from what I heard, and then he just took what he said, just PPA and carried to the Kachi Anthony, and that's what happened.
Okay, so Nelson is the superintendent. He was away. He was in Monrovia.
All right.
So therefore, waiting now the deputy superintendent PP on his behalf.
Right. All right.
Right.
Senator, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. You said, don't call your name. I won't make a mistake with you. I beg you. Very important, please. Go ahead.
All right. I have a question. So
yes, sir.
If the county attorney, okay, the county attorney represent the people and the interests of the government. So if the county attorney instructed the superintendent to write a letter in favor of this particular inmate, that means the county attorney have already accepted that this person need to be released. And if that's the case, then what was the argument about? Because the defense lawyer will not go to argue
that was staged. It was been stage managed. That was pretend.
Exactly.
It will be stage managed. We listen. We spoke anyway. Roger Session talk. It was staged, brother.
Yeah, but no.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
It was a letter that she wanted to just use as a medium to accomplish their aim. That we receive a letter from the prison that the guy is now well because he took it to the hospital.
Right.
So it is based upon this letter that we are using to free him. And then what they also did was that they brought a previous health record for Marcus Brown that was in, I think, 2023.
2023.
And then they attached it to that and then give it to the judge that based on his medical reason, you can grant the man, the release. That's what happened.
Okay. I understand all that part totally. What I don't understand is why would there be an argument of the issue for the judge to even make a ruling? Would there be a thing where
you're not from the street. Tell you that one. Hey, hold on, my friend. Dr. Bubla, you're not from the street. You're a churchman. Continue preaching. Let's move on. That gangsterism.
A churchman who went to law school.
Forget that half-term law school. That game, that like bro we're talking about here. You're not from the street. That street hustle right there. But let me bring it up. You got to tell why the people that hustling.
It's the way it's presented. That's all. I get it. It's just the way you presented it. Like there was an argument in the judge ruled. And why would there be an argument if that's my client?
The thing is that they say we're going to pretend.
But anyway, it's okay. Let's move.
That's a problem. They say I gotta meet you again and take you on the hustle. You will understand, right? Because you're blind yet. I mean, forget education. Let's talk about street.
I would want to tell you about money changing hands.
They said, hold on 1 minute, my friend. They said we pretend like we arguing, like we disagree.
What are you arguing about?
They want to have a record today. That's what today the woman says she know about it because they want record to prove that she went against it. That is so scam. Dr. Richardson, you want to bring education inside too? Let us street small.
No, I wanted to ask the caller. Does he? It's obvious that money changed hands, as we're hearing. But what do you think would have been the county attorney motivation besides money? Does she know Marcus Brown? Is she friends with anybody in his family?
So it was the same county attorney that prosecuted Marcus Brown at the time she was county attorney in the case of the Miami County. And the prosecutor, she convicted Marcus Brown into prison. So she knew the entire case. She knew the beginning of the case and the end of the case. So since she put it in jail and she was still there as county attorney, so it was based on that they decided to use her to get it out. And offer what they could offer. That's all.
Do you think that what was the main reason they took the case from Mosserado and took the case from Mike Gibby? Why they couldn't
jurisdiction?
I understand, but that's something else. Go ahead.
Jurisdiction is one, but it could also transfer to Mosserado. But the reason I believe was in is kept in Mike Gibby is because Mike Gibby, the person that is a small person, and the public eyes is not in Mike Gibby like Mosserado.
Thank you.
There you stand on. If they could take that out of the beach, But now he's still in jail. He could not be free by now.
And you see the reason why people,
It's a small county.
Yeah.
That's why they always taking high class cases and executive in the rural counties that they can free anytime and they go. That's all.
and Ronnie, I don't want to bring somebody's name, but you see the reason why Abdullah Kamara asked to relocate his case to Grand Bassa? Because in Grand Bassa, he was free. In Monrovia, Busserado, they gave him hell. He read it for long. He said, "You're taking me to Grand Bassa." When they took him to Grand Bassa, all the little cultural children were dancing. They say, "You go sit down. We'll pay your school fee." They say they pay their school fee. The man walking free today, as I heard. But again, that's the reason why his case was moved to McGeeby. But Ronald, you got anything? Well, no, we know the information. Let's see what are these guys. If you want to say something,
Let him go ahead. Let him go ahead.
All right, Conor Gray, you want to say something quickly?
You know, I think it was
If you don't, he's on the phone. If you don't need him, then I can excuse you.
So,
Stop.
maybe I'll ask you a question. But there was Yeke who talked about the action of signing that letter with a PP. That means you proxying for someone. If the person is present, alive and present, why would somebody PP for that?
The man was in Monserrado. He was in Monserrado at the time.
It was in Monserrado.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question would be, what's the urgency they couldn't wait for him to sign the release?
That's
Because this is called document.
The money was the urgency.
Exactly.
The money was the urgency. The money was green.
You want to send it for you. You want to send it.
The money was green. But we had a whole argument on it in the money. And I don't want to anyway.
Can I come in 1 minute?
Go ahead. Yeah, okay.
So, Conor Gray, you okay, right? Can I come in 1 minute? So, Stanton, because the county attorney knew that she does not have the authority, that's why she didn't sign her letter. The criminal procedure law says only the justice minister can give somebody compassion, no kind of leave. Only the justice minister, not the county attorney. And the judge knows the law very well. Because if the judge was part of that case, that means the bypass the law. He cannot be a judge and don't know that law. It's not possible. It's not possible. The county attorney was very smart. She cannot sign that kind of letter, otherwise she didn't have fake of signature to it. Because it was going to embarrass her seriously. So you see what she's saying now? She's not aware because she knows she does not have the authority. So from the day the letter came on Spoon, when I saw PP, I knew the case was done. I knew very well that case was done. If anybody can remember, when the letter came in,
you said it.
As a PP,
You did. You said it.
Done. Something play in right away.
Yeah.
Because all
let me bring it.
do not have the authority to do it. The law
Let me bring it.
The law did not
We
give
have
the authority to do it.
Rosemary Marie. She always want to go on time, because she's a family woman. So we don't want to keep her more than our time. Let me bring in Emmanuel George as they doing. Kev, you guys have any question for the person on the phone? No. I said, do you have any concern question? We got to. Yep. Go ahead.
Well, I thought we're closing. Is it a question about a concern?
That's okay. If you don't have anything for him, we got to excuse him and we'll come back to close. Can we do that, please? All right, Kefigo, you got anything to say to him? All right. So thank you very much, my friend.
Okay, before I go, today they were invited at the Ministry of Justice, and they fired the superintendent and the other guys. And tomorrow they'll be meeting at the Capitol building, according to what I heard, so that they can appear before the legislature. But my concern is that if I already fired the two guys, then why are they going for it again? So that they want to take them.
Can you tell us who they fire? You say the other guys. Just for the name.
They fired the superintendent and they got a PP the letter.
Okay, Nelson and Willie.
Okay, they fired Willie and they fired Nelson. And what become of the dead?
She's untouchable.
Hey.
Why?
I don't know.
She's beautiful, by the way. I mean, she got to be untouchable.
Tomorrow they asked him to report at the Capitol building, and then so they can appear.
I'm not saying I can make her untouchable. She's beautiful, my man. Thank you for calling. Yeah, the woman beautiful. She will be untouchable for life. Thank you, Chief. I wish you well. All right. I want to say to all of you, this is Spoon Talk, where we come with joke, we laugh, but the issues we discuss are very, very important and concerning. She's untouchable because she went ahead and said, hey, I got nothing to do with that thing. These people played the game. Yes, indeed, they will be at the Capitol building tomorrow. The representative, James Kohler, now, they also going to call an impeachment proceeding. That's what I want us to end at Randy CA. There's a law that the judge is immune with the decision he takes in court. I don't know. You guys can investigate. That's what they are saying. The decision that was taken by Judge Kerry, he cannot be persecuted, but he can be impeached. So therefore, the House of Representatives will be called in because they cannot call him to question him on his decision to release Marcus Brown. But they are preparing an impeachment inquiry into this to fall into, what say you do? Because he's covered, he's protected by the Constitution, right? Ron is here?
Yep.
So therefore, James Kodak got all the documents from McGibby. James Kodak will be presenting this thing on the floor tomorrow, and these guys will be questioned. And in the next few days or weeks, the judge will be called to be questioned, and there will be an impeachment proceeding. It's only fair to say somebody dropped the ball, and I hope the Liberian people knowing that the judge's case, henceforth, you can cause tire when I leave it. We know a lot, and thank God for the brave men and women that trust us to discuss this issue every day. Some of them got into this thing. If you hear their story, by way of friendship, I know you, you know me, my man, what's up? Can you help me? They didn't bring $20 million worth of cocaine in the country. It's those people that brought the cocaine will be identified in government or outside of government. And like I told you before, we are giving the government a chance. If the government fails to speak, we will speak, and the Liberian people will decide. So I say thanks to Front Page Africa around this here, thanks to Spoon Network and all of you. Let's keep the fire burning. And yes, indeed, we'll get to the end. So on this note, we can wrap this thing up and close the show. Let's go to you, Dr. Richardson. Your closing, please.
Well, I'm happy that we have Rodney and you here who calling names. I just want us to, we're taking baby steps, but step it up a little bit to government officials, because obviously, as we have agreed, that drugs is entrenched in our government, and the only way that will make it safer for every one of us is to get to people who are making it possible for 90 million worth of drugs to come into our country. The second thing that I'd like to say is that being ignorant of the law has never been a valid defense. I don't know what's going on with the county attorney or, whoever the lawyers in the country, but you have to know the law. I cannot go to court and they say, I don't know. It's an issue of he say, she say, and they're establishing alibis. And that's, to me, in our country that is so collectivistic, it's easy to do. So I don't know what's going on. I think that people are just not doing the job as according to the book, or maybe the exchange of money is just too green. Lastly, I just want to say this weekend, the Becca Bunk Education Alumni Association, we go by Becca now, is having a fundraising function in Maryland. Over the past 24 years, we've been doing fundraising for students who are in Beaumont's former district, Honorable Fode Family District. This is where I went to school. I didn't obviously graduate, but many of the graduates will be there, but I'm still actively involved. So we raise money for the children in Beaumont, and we provide a resource center for them. So this weekend, we're going to be having a fundraising dinner ball. And if you can make it, be there. I will be there along with my husband. He's retiring from serving as 4 years of presidency. I'll be glad to see many of you. It's $100 to get in, by the way. So, and I'm sure all of you guys who come can afford it. Thank you. Rodney, you want to go next? I think it will be you then, and then we'll just go straight.
Yeah, I just want to let people know that this process we're doing is not to go after anybody personally. We just want to make sure that we get to the bottom of this thing. As you saw today, we're very careful not naming the name that we spoke to today and yesterday. And one of the names that I shared some information with my sources in the investigative team, and they collaborated all of the information that I told them. And I was also told one was arrested and one was being monitored on the verge of being arrested. And then this evening he was supposed to appear on Spoon, and then he called and said he can't come because he's supposed to go and give a statement tomorrow. So maybe if we are not talking about this thing today, who knows what would have happened? We've seen people just leave the country without being investigated. So I hope you guys understand this happens all over the world. In other countries, when this kind of thing happens, the people have the debates and discussions about cases and stuff on national platforms. So it's nothing new, and Liberians should get used to it. It's something that we have to keep doing for our country to help make sure that our country is drug-free. We may not be able to do it 100% drug-free in 1 year or 2 years, but these debates and these analysis can help us shape the direction of the future generation. Thank you.
Colonel Gray?
Thank you, Madam. You know, when you do a trace on the trafficking of drugs, narcotic of this magnitude into our country, of course, we can rule out that Joseph Lidekars, or whatever his name is, from the Dutch citizen, who Rodney himself indicated that he has been able to evade extradition from Sierra Leone. I think he's been held there since 2022. And that is a principal guy that will probably that is the mastermind behind all of this. I'll say that because it's noted in the international circle as a notorious trafficker, and he's seeking sanctuary. He's been provided sanctuary in Sierra Leone, and this trace of his activity has gone, since back in the early 20s. So maybe you want to say 2022, 2021, or whatever it is. So I just wanted to make clear that this is not a today's issue, as some people would like us to believe. The paper trail is long, and I like the way how Rodney is very, very patient and approaching cautiously, because when you start naming names, people will abscond, and then that can hamper the investigation. And we need to get at the bottom of this. We just don't want haphazard investigation, because this thing is entrenched in our system. So lots of names will come out, but we have to approach cautiously, optimistically before we start naming names that are not important or vital to this investigation. So, and imagine somebody called the show yesterday and talk about this Michael Brown or whatever it is. 7 years ago, he used to transport stuff for him at the airport. Then he noticed that some of the packages he were helping to get them to take on board were suspicious packages. Yeah. And I think somebody on the show asked him, "Did you report that?" I think it was Dr. George or so. But somebody asked him, "Did you report that?" Mm-hmm. And that individual, you can tell that he too probably has an idea about some of this. So this is not a today's issue. That's why I'm not too fancy about who bears the blame. I want to know the real, kahuna, the big dogs behind this. And this is not just, it's entrenched. If somebody feel that, little people, as we were saying, involved, but names are coming out now. And that's what I like. I like a thorough investigation, but I will end by saying that, look, as long as some of our security head are being proffered by people who are entrenched in the system, we have to be careful how the president himself makes appointment, because you know what? You'll be moving one bad guy to another position. You're just enabling, facilitating, perpetuating some of these criminal activities. It's a cartel, and we'll have to see it as such. If people are involved in recommending their friends to go there so that they can just, be able to perpetuate their activity, we have to get to the bottom of it. This is about Liberia we're talking about. President come and go, but the Republic will be the one that will bear the scars. And I hope we'll do better by recommending, look, there are names. I can call very good investigator. Lemon Sherman, folks like those. Those are vital people.
Don't call names there. It's not fair. Come great. We shouldn't call people that we know to promote them. Please.
No, I'm not. One would say if I want to promote somebody, I'll promote me. But
but we shouldn't. Yeah, I'm just saying that we shouldn't do this. But yeah, Colonel knows. You're right, though. The thing is that people are complaining, and Rodney's here know this, that everybody bring their friends because of friendship and relationship to take position to protect them and cover up. It's nonsense. And that's why the government having some serious issues, because look at the different level. Sam gave broad SWAT because he worked with SWAT during Madam Sadiq government running, right? The puppet gets sick, the puppet couldn't function, he got mini stroke, he got big stroke, small stroke. God bless him, he's recovering. Sam gave removed SWAT, then Sam gave and Gregory Coleman recommended, the ORC Peter. Yeah. They removed Peter. Then the brought in Biago guy, and he bring a friend, and the increase of drugs, the proliferation of drugs, the drugs just hitting everywhere. Now they start making money. They say, Kush is too small. The weed and opium too small. Let's go for the high substance, cocaine. The guy have elevated this thing as alleged to cocaine. Now they're not only bringing it in. Now they say, no, we're not make money. Let's send it out and make it a transnational issue. They sent it on May 22nd. They make their money. They brought in 19.2 million to send again. Can you imagine some good Liberians at the airport? Look at the roof guy that sniffed the thing. They get their cocaine. But thank God they were fair enough to report it, I want to say it's a great time. Let me bring in my sister briefly because she got to go and we'll get to the rest of you. Let me bring in Rosemary. Rosemary, thank you very much for producing for us tonight. We do appreciate you. Rosemary had level 2+ malaria, but she well now. I don't know why they're doing this thing with different level 2, 3, 4. Rosemary, your level was 5? But thank God it came down. Thank you very much, Rosemary. Have a good night. Keep us on Facebook, please. Thank you. It's always good seeing you. Good night. All right, so let's come to you, my brother Emmanuel.
Stanton, when we left the show yesterday, we were stuck. We're stuck at a place where the information we had yesterday stopped at Paul King's house with the drug being dropped off. And those that were identified were all out of the country and we could not find them. And thanks to good investigative journalism, I know that the government some elements of the government have been throwing invectives at Rodney and also those of us here on Spoon. But that's one of the things I learned from TC, and see my body. So all these insults don't touch me again in life. But we have come somewhere. We have a second stage now. Now we have found out tonight some of the things that happen in our government. Why with a director be given a position, he decided not to use the officers that have been trained as drivers for him, but bring his personal driver into the organization. Did that driver have security clearance? Was he trained for that position? These are things that we must stop in our country. Despite all the revelation and everything and the allegation, at the end of the day, the head of the LDA is held liable because he brought within a system a driver that may not have been trained in that system, a driver that may not have had a level of security clearance that he should have to follow the LDA Director General around. And therefore, sensitive information may have been leaked to that driver. So let's say that he had no idea about the drugs, but the fact that he employed a driver into the LDA, perhaps without the proper clearance, that is a liability, and that alone he should resign, or he should be removed by the president. The second layer we have found tonight is what is happening in Magibi County, where a county attorney who have a CC document is saying that she has no knowledge about what happened in her county. She had no knowledge that there was a prisoner in her prison, in a prison in her county that she prosecuted, have been out of the prison since September 2004. These things must stop. And that's why, despite the negativity of this case, the positive side of it is that this case will make everybody in leadership to take a pause and think whether they are doing the right thing. Because one day the wrong thing will come out and you will be held liable because of your link towards wrong. So thank you all for this conversation tonight. We'll continue on this drug case. We are not going to leave it because we are moving stage by stage. And I think we have reached somewhere where more names will be called and more people will be brought to book, whether directly or indirectly. You all have a wonderful evening. I look forward to this conversation tomorrow.
So before you comment though, you guys know that Ronnie, what's the status of the bar? Now they have arrested or probably going to charge this guy. What's the status of the private bar? Is it open? Is it closed?
I just got a tip off from one of the people close to the investigation that when the story first came out with the drug bust, the owners of the bar shut the bar down. And then when they thought things had calmed down, they reopened it. So sources told us yesterday on the phone that Leroy Harris was one of the main persons who involved with Michael Brown and this Jonathan fellow, Jonathan Momolu. So it seems like they were alerted about people knowing about this information we talk about today. So they have been kind of, make sure that they take precautions. So I think it was shut down for a while and then reopened again. That's why it was shut down, because of the investigation.
But so, and I don't want us to redo the show though. It's like the GLS company. They reopened, the guys are still operating. And it took the lawmaker and they said, no, they got to shut it down. We got to investigate. So what do you think? At what time, when would this government step up to say, you know what, your name is mentioned, we have credible information, pause for a bit? It's like the Paul King's company, GLS Mendes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the senators or the House, they took the contract from them, or they suspended the contract. But I understand they're still doing some work. The company is still doing some work at the airport. So similar with this bar opening, I don't know what is. I mean, the bar is not charged, but the owner of the bar is the one that's. And we're not sure whether he alone owns the bar. It could be other people involved with the bar also.
No, he's not alone. He's not the only person on the bar, right? But if you look at the business registry, it have it on him. So they got ghost owner. We heard that he was under the water before, and he was, so other people came in with money, right? And at the appropriate time, we'll discuss that other people redeemed him. They came in with money to bring him back on his feet, and now this whole drug thing came about. But the document from LRA, the business register, say he's still under, except when we have some other names. Thank you, Rodney. Yeke, let's get you closer.
So, Stanton, we have to be serious when we're talking about people that want to talk about law issue, people that don't respect law and want to talk about law issue. James Collier and the people in the house, do they have the moral to talk about law issue? They have been disrespecting the law. The court people are protected under the law. That anything they do, they can be held liable for it while performing their job. We also have our own law in the house that anything we say in session, we cannot be held liable for it. But you saw what Melvin Cole did something in session, and the Jim Cole then said they wanted to investigate him. Are those people that are supposed to be talking about law issue? I think they should stay out of this issue. When it comes to law issue, let the independent people do the investigation. James Cole do not have moral to talk about law issue, talking about this person did this. You don't respect your own law and your own rules. Then you want to correct somebody about their own law too? I think what he wants to do is right, but he's not a rightful messenger to do it. They should stay out of it because they are not respecter of the law. They should learn how to respect their own laws, their own rules that govern them. Then they can talk about the judiciary bench. But until then, I don't think it's right. Let me close up. Let me say, Joseph Boakai will pray for you to go through your surgery. I hope your surgery be successful so you can be able to come back, so I can encourage you, so I can tell you what I say I will do, and I will do it for the next 6 years. I will speak to you the way I told you I will speak to you if you don't govern well, and nothing will stop me beside death. So I pray for you to go through your surgery to come back, so we can be face to face, so I can tell you in your face what I want to tell you. I don't want to say it behind you, because when you go on, I won't be able to say it. So I'm praying for you, Joseph Boakai, to be successful in your surgery, to be able to come back. Thank you.
So it's just hard to deal with Yeke. Go ahead, that's a problem. It's just hard to deal with Yeke sometimes. It's just better that we move on. I don't know, is that Ashley or that's a problem? You guys can go ahead. Ashley, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just saying, thank you for all of the efforts you are putting in this. You don't have anything personal to gain. You are already a made person. So no one can argue that you are trying to make yourself. I'm sure you are doing it for the good of our country, of our future, and all of us. And away from you, though, the reason why it is very critical to some of us is the fact that the United Party campaigned on the issue of drugs. If you were to really do a search, good number of people voted for the United Party in the last campaign and in the last election, should I say, because they believed in that. For strange reason, the CDC government was breaking drugs, and the United Party will be the people coming to take away drugs from the country. Fast forward to today now, and not only is the issue of drugs being tangled, like you've said, to use the word, entrenched in the government, we don't know who owns drugs, who brought in drugs, what pull of entry it is, and people are hiding people's name. Back in the days of the CDC, at least, no one hid anybody's name. People were arrested swiftly and persecuted. What happened at the end of the persecution is another issue, but at least the genuine political will to fight was there. Let's go to the case of the famous Michael Brown today. Michael Brown was arrested, charged, and sent to jail in 2023. Michael Brown was sent to jail during the time the United Party guys in opposition then said the government was involved in drugs. But Michael Brown was freed during the very time those who said they were coming to fight drugs are in power. So you see the contradiction right there. Someone asked me today, don't you think these same people were the ones doing all of those things when you were in power and they were putting it on your head? And the person brought in the issue of, excuse me, another thing they actually ran on was the issue of auditors' death and the other thing. What could they have known? Somebody was asking me, and I thought the person really made sense. Really? Because if United Party ran on the issue of drugs the way they did, and to see United Party government now covering up, being linked, having access to people, drugs people in their corner, then one who want to ask question, what else they might have done that they use as a campaign propaganda. And that's why I want to thank the Senator for Bond County, Prince Moi, who was emphatic. And I thought any well-meaning Liberian should appreciate men like that. He said, unquote, the UP ran campaign on drugs. Now to see United Party officials insulting and attacking anyone that disagrees with the government's way of handling this cocaine issue is below the belt. Who could have thought that United Party would be insulting people that are trying hard to get drugs issue out of our country? The very same people that ran a very high level campaign on the issue of drugs. I thought our country would do better. It is good that they say God can sleep. The real drugs owners, the real drugs dealers are now around. And the Liberian people are seeing things for themselves. And that's why we know, and that's how we believe, that the mistake made from lies from 2023 will be corrected in 2029 by the Liberian people. If the CDC government Michael Brown and the Unity government freed Michael Brown, who is now linked to this issue of cocaine, one who believed that the CDC government was indeed sincere about fighting drugs.
Thank you, Isaac.
Our country would do well. The return of CDC would bring things back to at least one acceptable place. Thank you.
Asito, thank you very much. I'm kind of surprised with what I'm hearing, ladies and gentlemen. And thank God Dr. Richardson is still on the show and Rodney is still on the show. Before we bring in Kevin Hassan, Dr. Bople, and Winfred Bangura, this is coming from Musa Hassan Bedete. It just came to me. I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm surprised. Take a read. The CDC is the biggest opposition party in Liberia, but they need to look for George Weah replacement and move on. Bringing Weah back to run for the presidency shows that the CDC lacks the power to produce a candidate. I will not advise Weah to come back. Representative Musa Hassan Bedete. Bangura, this is from an opposition political leader without fear. And if we listen to our brother Asito, it just came in time. I don't know who just sent it to me. I think it's on the front, the spoon page.
Musa just on Musa page, Stanton, he says it's fake. Musa just posted.
It's not your time to
that is fake.
Musa just say it's fake.
Musa
just says fake.
Kev, let me tell you all. Yeah, you can come by and talk that thing. We're begging you. This is huge. This is very huge, Bangura. I don't know what they're yelling for. Let them wait for the time to talk. This is huge. The CDC is the biggest opposition party, right? And Musa been saying this for a very long time. Musa been saying this, right? And I think Musa and Yeke saying the same thing too. I don't know what's going on with Musa and Yeke. Listen, he said the CDC is the biggest opposition party in Liberia, but they need to look for George Weah's replacement and move to bringing Weah back. And the disrespect, not to say former President Weah or Dr. Weah, he said, bringing Weah back, can agree, to run for the presidency shows that the CDC lacks the power to produce a candidate. I would not advise Weah to come back. Even if this is fake, and something I don't believe it is, Bangura, talk to me.
Oh, you want me to talk about what you just said?
Why you couldn't wait?
Why do you? Guys, y'all wait. Let Bangura talk. Y'all have your time. Bangura talk to me. We gotta go. Bangura talk.
Stanton, thank you very much. With this post from the CMC's political leader, I'll let the CMC people and seditians handle it. I will focus my attention more on.
Well, I will pause you. Then let me pause you. Conor Gray,
okay, then pause me. Come back to me for my. I'm not interested in that kind of conversation.
Yeah, I agree. No problem. I mean, I would just tell.
My brother, you must tell.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and tell Jeremiah to just fire you.
I can go on and close now.
No, wait, Chief. I will call Jeremiah tonight to take you for the show. You are not good at all. Conor Gray, with this kind of post, right? It's very important that it have gone viral. That Musa Bedete is saying George Weah is not a man to lead CDC today. Conor Gray.
Oh, send the answer to the question.
I mean, if I start acting like old man, yeah, man, you get so can you see the post now, Conor Gray? Are you seeing that?
Musa Bedete can never say that. Musa Bedete is
wait, I say. Are you seeing the post now, Conor Gray?
but Musa Bedete is the second to say this. You remember Mr. Cummings up in a CDC show?
Yeah,
where he said these two people have led, so therefore,
Musa always say that.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, go ahead. I want to bring in Dr. Bupler and wait for my after tonight.
So there is sense in that discussion.
I'm next to speak. I'm the next to speak, man. Don't do that.
But Kev, wait, man, what are you making plan for, man?
Yeah, but let's go.
But Kev, wait, man. We feel what the drugs issue for today. We feel what the drugs issue today. We're doing our post and live. No. You can go back and talk about drugs. We allow us to close the show freedom, man. I wanted to. I'm begging you, Chief. Don't do that. Don't get mad. This is very important. How can Musa Bility say such a thing? I am deeply hurt, though. This is where we come in when the chicken meet the road, Ronnie said. When the chicken meet the road, everybody want that spot. Can you imagine Musa Bility attacking President Weah? President Weah that helped protect Scumex? President Weah that helped give Musa most of the business? Musa is taking a neutral, independent position, apart from friendship. And all you see that the Richardson smiling. Remember the CDC guy and I would take it off for real. But that's a problem. What say you? Let me come to you. We'll make Kev last.
2023 now we're in 2026.
Go ahead. Dr. Bupler, I'm ready.
Thank you very much.
They got it scared. Yeah.
You know the reason why I won't speak to that, because the time will come for it, But we've been following the pattern, the speeches, and the way the CMC's political leader has been obtruding himself. But that particular news, I want to speak to that. I want to talk about the drug situation in my closing. And the reason why I still have a lot of confidence in this process is because the investigation is multidimensional. There will always be comparative government, comparative administration. But when you compare the approach to the two drug situation, they are diametrically opposite, Rodney. I would want to feel that this one, you have a whole moving mass. What do I mean by that? You have the executive investigating, and under that investigation, you have the joint security involved. All of them are involved. The entire joint security is involved. Then you have the Liberian Senate. The Senate is involved. Then you have the House of Representatives. They are involved. So you have the first branch of the government, the national legislature, involved. But also, most importantly, you have the media. The media's scrutiny of this matter is extremely unprecedented. For those who are interested in doing comparative administration, comparative fight, comparative government, you will come to agree with me that this fight is more intense, it's more robust, it's more strategic, it's more intentional. It shows how resolved and willing the government is to get rid of this dangerous menace from the Liberian society. The past drug bust, people got convicted, they walked out. They walk away free. This one, I'm not sure that's going to happen. The perpetrators will be brought to book. They will face the full weight of the law. Those who are interested in subjugating the future of this republic by introducing dangerous substances to the future leaders will not go unscathed. They're not going to go unpunished. So I'm excited about the good news. And Rodney, we agree that we are going somewhere. And we're calling on the Liberian people to continue to exercise patience, because the investigation is going to unearth a lot of things. They say, hurry, brush trousers. Let's be patient. We are headed to a finality. And I'll close with what the president said. No one will be spared. Nobody will be spared. That kind of assurance coming from a leader demonstrates willingness to fight for his people. That Liberia will be a drug-free society. That Liberia will never, ever, never more in our history must Liberia be used as a transit center for this dangerous narcotic, this dangerous contraband. People to come and think they can smuggle drugs through our borders, through our airport, to go to other countries under this administration. By the time this case comes to finality, we are confident that they will never try it anymore, because the law will be the law. The president said there will be no sacred cow. They will go after all those who will be involved. So we are confident about that. As for Yeke, you come and talk any way you want to. You are yearning. I think you need to get some sleep. You need to get some rest. You need to get some rest and relax. The president is fine. He had no surgery. Nobody knows where you get the information from, but sometimes because it is a very big public platform, people follow this platform from around the world. It's just good sometimes to come and just debunk some of the lies you tend to say on the show. Having said that much, I want to bid you good night. I'll be looking forward to a very interesting and more engaging conversation tomorrow. Good night, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bobla, can we come to you before Kev, please?
Sure. Stanton, I think we're making progress and we're getting somewhere with this $19 million drug case.
Yes.
I think our best way forward is to be consistently engaged, follow the evidence. In the window, speculation doesn't help at all, but the hard evidence will. And we follow the evidence. And I said before, I'll say again, wherever it leads, that's where we ought to go. This is not about for or against anybody. This is about the sanity of our nation. And we must do the right thing here. And I said earlier, I was saying closing, I hope this does not end up like the 2022 $100 million drug case. That would be a travesty. But this one seems to be moving in the right direction, and we hope for an end that showcases justice and it helps our fight against drug. So one thing about Musability, I mean, that's nothing. Just free speech. Even he said it, he said, the man say the party ain't had it. That's just free speech. The man got right to opinion. I will say this though, the mark of good leadership, the mark of good organizations, that you raise up leaders. And when you're in a situation where popularity politics dominate, and you can't look in the organization after 6 years and point to 5, 6, 7, 8 leaders, especially the next generation, that means you did very little work at raising up leaders. And that cuts across organizations in Liberia, not just political parties. We all must pour into other people, so when we're not there, the organization is strong or even stronger than when we were there. That's instructive for all of us who want to see continuity and good leadership. Thank you, man, for this platform, Rodney. Thank you plenty, my friend. You're helping us move forward. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the team. Good night, folks, from Maggie.
Good at that, Buble. You get a way of throwing jabs and being sophisticated. You know, you say, well, that free speech, but Joia didn't bring up any new leaders. You know, that's what you just said. You said Joia failed to bring up new leaders. But anyway,
that's what I said.
I just want to sleep, guy. The problem just
I want to say, I just spoke.
No, because anyway, let me
I think you have the propensity to be a spin master, but that's okay. Good night.
Let me close the show.
Yeah, I just want to thank Musa for his swift post to debunk and their lies, because I know Musa is a stand-up guy. He knows exactly, and that's
you
why.
Big, yeah.
That's why we make him.
You're in big, yeah. You're a big tire. Go ahead.
Okay, that's what will make Musa one of the key member of the opposition bloc, and he's very, very qualified to really rule this country. But let me say this, right? It's something that we're missing, and we keep on. Let me not say we're missing, right? And I believe that's where the investigation going. Earlier on, when I spoke about Jeremiah Kuhn recommended the OIC for his job, I know, and some people say, oh, that's not true. Like Gregory Coleman recommend that because, and you know, so Gregory Coleman is in the know of what he's doing, right? So I wish Gregory Coleman can come out and debunk that. But if Tony, who is close to the vice president, is recommending Jonathan to the ORC for the driver position, tells you where this thing is going. That's whole arrangement. You can smell the VP fingerprints all over. VP fingerprints all over. And if this investigation continue and they don't stop it, it will reach to the doorstep of the VP. And that's why, Rodney, you see they're attacking you.
I thought you said you're not going to
watch the folks that are attacking you, Rodney. All the folks that are attacking you have people who connected with the VP, around the VP. They will come for you. They're coming for you. And one thing they know, they don't know, they know, some of them know that they tried that before. And the more they come for you, and the more you're strong. So for me, I'm not worried about it. But again, Rodney, we look at every aspect of this thing. The entire government, 3 branches of government under this unity party involved in this drug. It does not constitute a narco state. You're talking about Georgie McGibby. You're talking about the security apparatus. You're talking about when you go to the executive branch, we talk about the justice and minister, judiciary, the judge there, the security, the DEA, talking about the DEA boss. This is what narco state is about. This is complete a narco state because the 3 branches of government involved. They're talking about a member in the Senate should recuse himself from the investigation. A member of the Senate, a chairman of the Joint Security. I want everybody to take up the phone and Google narco state. Under the leadership of this president, Liberia has become a narco state. People are afraid to say that because some people don't want to believe Liberia.
Thank you, Kev. We gotta go, Kev. Thank you.
But if you see all 3 of the branches,
so let's get. Thank you very much, Kev. Kev, thank you very much.
It's just a narco state.
Thank you very much, Kev. Thank you very much. We do. We love you too, Kev. We do. Seriously, I do. You make the day. All right. Yeah, let me put Musa. Randy, I want you to speak to this too. This is concerning, right? Let us put our joke aside. Somebody just called me and I went in the back. They asked Musa to respond to this and say it was fake. But ladies and gentlemen, let's be serious. It's credibility issue. Musa is between a rock and a hard place. He posted this. Darius Doe reached out to Musa. Musa confirmed. I reached out to Musa. Musa said no comment. He didn't say, he didn't post it. He said, no, but Kev, I beg you, Kev, I tell you alone. Again, Kev, you'll be patient. This is the people's show. Musa said no comment. And this is what Musa said. Updating. The CDC is the biggest opposition party in Liberia. He said that. But they need to look for George Weah's replacement and move on. Musa have said this before. Bringing Weah back to run for the presidency shows that the CDC lacks the power to produce a candidate. I will not advise Weah to come back. The representative from Sake Plie, Musa Hassan Bedete. This is concerning. Musa got to be very clear. Musa not only going back to say I didn't say it, because the person that called me, they are like brother to Musa. Actually, I will tell you this, who they were very concerned. Edwin Snow just called me. He said he was concerned, and Musa told him, he said no comment. So he's concerned, and he's calling Musa back. So when we have sedition say this is a joke, I believe around this year people got to ready confirm this from Musa. Don't ask sedition to confirm, Ronnie. Let's call Musa and hear what Musa say. I know we have closed the show already. We'll continue with this tomorrow. But I want to tell you, you have the front page coming up. What's on it for tomorrow? You are muted, Ronnie. You are muted. Ronnie talking with somebody, so he mute himself. I know that Snow calling him to tell him, say, what I said. That's
No,
Snow calling you, right?
No, we're dealing with the Musa Cyrus, the Musa Cyrus issue.
Oh, Musa Cyrus for tomorrow?
Yeah, but I'm told that the post was fake also, that the comment to me was fake. So
yeah, but Musa didn't tell you though. That the other guy told you. I don't want to call his name. Musa, that Sedition told you that. So I don't know why Musa cannot speak to the post. Sedition saying it's fake, right? But Musa himself saying.
But Musa posted a statement on his page.
Kev, but wait more now. I know the thing hurting you. Wait more. You just said Jeremiah when we were involved in drugs out there. Then you can't wait.
Yeah,
so
but Musa posted on.
You just post something on Jeremiah. So hold on, let me do my own. And let me pull the page up again. You are again. You just posted and said Jeremiah recommended.
So you put it something on. So you put it something on my own guy.
Let me do my own.
So well,
I am not Bangura, right? You do me, I do you, right? You just allow Jeremiah when I say he recommended this guy called Biago. So let me say what Musa say. Musa is going against John Weah, and I hope that you guys can take this very seriously. And everybody, hundreds of thousands of you that are watching, you can take it seriously. But Ronnie here want to say thank you. We'll discuss this again tomorrow. I will personally call Musa, though he said no comment. Even Dr. Richardson cannot comment on it because she knows exactly. That's what her political leader said.
No.
It's good to see you, Dr. Richardson. We love you. What's she took herself up? She took herself up. It's good to see you, Dr. Richardson. I'm gonna put it up again. All right, let me put it up small.
Okay,
can you see it now? Can you see it now? Can you see it?
No, you're not too clear. Leave it up small.
You want me to read it?
Nobody again.
The CDC is the biggest opposition party in Liberia.
I want to take my own time to read it. Let me up.
All right, go ahead.
Wow, Musa sleepy.
Musa is frustrated. Musa is frustrated. Yo, I want to say to all of you, man, been a wonderful show. To our friend and brother, you're always welcome on the show. Thank you for coming. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing because this is all we can do. Liberia deserve better. We do appreciate you on the show.
But they should be, I mean, that post been on 20 hours ago, so it's going to be true.
That's true. Ronnie, thank you very much. You won't say anything? We're done. That's it. It's good to have you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. It's good to see you. More to come. More to come. Again, I appreciate all of our sources for joining us and sharing this information with us. Liberia will get better because of you and Liberia will get better. We shouldn't stop. We shouldn't give up. It's the best thing to do, my people, just to help the government, help the state. Wilfred Bangura, thank you very much. Yeke Kuluba, as always. Kev, say anything you want to say now. This thing is very, look, and at the end of the show, Conor, this is very damaging, right? And when I called Musa said no comment. I was surprised. I'm like, Musa, like Yeke saying, are you serious you're going to do this? And you said no comment. He said, my man is sleeping. Yeke, what are you thinking, Yeke? What are you thinking here?
Musa sleeping.
And Musa said he would not attend the CDC convention in Philadelphia. And CDC have not sent me an invitation yet. CDC have not sent me. They said they will send me invitation. They have not sent me invitation yet. They say Emmanuel George invitation to go right to Philly, which is 30 minutes away from me, but they have not sent me invitation yet. You know,
because you from Jeremiah camp.
I believe maybe that's what they're saying. They don't like me and they will not send me. But Joe, we have promised to send me information though. The former president has shown me that he was sending invitation. And, you know, Snow will be there. Musa says he's not coming. And Emmanuel George will be there to represent ANC. He got his invitation today. But they are refusing to send me invitation, Conor Gray. I don't know why. But anyway, God time is the best time. I don't know. I'm just saying it. So
man, I think you're too attached to the VP, man.
So let me ask you something. Are the Unity Party people so afraid of the opposition unity. They send you this thing and you post it on the credible media outlet.
Nancy, Nancy,
You sing it. Nancy, but man, good.
Nancy, if you say, oh yeah,
I'll be giving the drum,
right? Listen, say anything you want to say. We are for the Liberian people. We keep on pushing. I belong to no political party. I have no personal interest.
I see the Unity Party people afraid until they send it to you and you post it on
this is not about Unity Party. But we want to say to all of you guys,
go back on school so Spoon can debunk it and say it was
somebody say CEO and the people invite you go wait in the parking lot.
Good man.
Go wait in the parking lot. I don't know why Sidisha is proud to send me invitation. President, we have promised to send my invitation. I ain't get it yet.
Maybe you're coming.
Where?
What in the parking lot?
I'll go wait in the parking lot. I'll put my flag up, my banner up, and say, let me out. Can I come in? I don't know why. You know, but listen, though, this is about Liberia. I want to spy into the CDC convention. I want to spy. Ken, where's my invitation? You promised me. The former president promised me. Why? You change your mind?
Somebody wear shoe and the shoe gets small hole inside. You get a picture.
Oh, y'all can say.
What is that?
Yeah, you all have the shoe gets small hole. You get a picture.
So y'all afraid to invite me. If you invite me, I come in my beginning.
I tell them no invite them to. I beg you, no invite.
Why? You invite me. The former president promised me. Yeah.
That would make a bad president if you renege on your promise to invite him.
Yeah, President Wade promised me. He did. And I announced it already. So if you guys choose not to invite me, Snow and this guy, how you call him? Representative Nathan Bia. But surprisingly though, let me announce that Asido will not be here. He said he got money to buy a plane ticket. So you're not coming for the convention. Can you imagine? Asido is number 21 on the list.
Let me ask you something.
You might be here for the convention.
You know Tony? You know Tony?
Start on. You are not homo.
No, but yeah,
I'm in the kitchen. That's the backyard you're looking at. I'm home.
Oh, yeah,
I'm downstairs. I'm downstairs in the kitchen.
Because I know you to carry your background behind you today.
No, I'm downstairs in the kitchen. I'm babysitting the dogs that the family can return tonight. I'm babysitting the dogs.
Okay, step on.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Yeah. Wilfred Baguera know Tony.
From where?
The man running away. You know
Tony. Yeah, he knows Tony. You know Tony. He and Tony. No, you know Anthony. Tony told me that you guys for Nima together. You know you.
From where now? From where? No Tony from where?
Nah.
You are also showing that picture.
Wait.
I think Tony and Kev have been friends for a long time. That's what you want to say on the show tonight. So, not disown your friend. You know Tony. You both have been friends for a long time.
Who? Who?
Kev.
Look at him.
Oh, Kev and Tony been friends?
Look at him,
man.
Look at him.
Look at him.
Look at you.
I'm telling you. You guys been friends for a long time. That's what you want to say.
Tell the people that you know Tony. You're all around that thing. Hey, my brother. I'm not saying you're involved in the drugs, but I see you know him. You are seeing
you got Wilfred Baguera and the man picture together. Where is it?
Hey, my man, we shouldn't do that to the man.
Kev is his.
Look at you see the man guilt. Hey, my man, we shouldn't do that.
One thing I can say to you, right?
But Kev, I didn't know that you're afraid of me as well. Really?
One thing I can say to you, right? Apart from anything, let me say this to you. It's very important. Wilfred Baguera is a good guy. Say anything you want to say. You will not get him involved in shenanigans when you talk about smoking, drugs, or whatsoever. Rayford Bangura is a smart man, like any one of us. I don't drink, never in my life. I don't smoke. I don't even like to sit around people that smoke or drink. I have never been to the club in my entire life. That's me. And I see the same through Whitford, because you know what? He bringing up a beautiful family, so he cannot be tied to nothing funny when you talk about drugs in Liberia. And I respect him for that.
I agree.
People can play their games in Liberia,
I agree with-
but we gotta protect. We gotta protect each other.
And that's why we made him a deputy minister for 6 years. It's
No,
not
that's
like
why you're right, and that's why McGill decided to call Whitford when he was on a fire. He said he would make Whitford a deputy minister because of the integrity he possessed.
I agree. I agree
Okay,
with you, Senator.
he's fit to work in any government. You know, he's very smart and very meticulous in carrying himself. He don't go for the big stuff and money. No, he's content, and that's a beautiful
That's
thing.
why I'm worried about his unholy alliance with the VP. I worry about the unholy alliance.
Stanton, thank you very
I really worry about your unholy alliance, man.
You're welcome, Whitford. You're welcome. I know more to come.
Kev, nobody drinking NEC extra along with you. None of us here can drink. Yeah, ask him. Ask anybody.
Senator, what the exo that we left? Senator, what the exo that we left in our backyard?
I think it's in the basement though. I think it's in the. I think it's in the basement, or I want to say. Actually, no. Actually, I want to say who took it. But if I call that person in, they will kill me to nuts. Somebody took it. He wasn't.
You wasn't preaching on Sunday, right?
I think that Peabody took it. The day by the pastor Peabody. When they played make him preach, I don't finish up. I think he the one took it. Yeah, I won't call the other person name, so let me do that one. Yeah.
Man, so the government, they got in.
Why is Pastor Raymond? Instead of Pastor Raymond.
I have not spoken to Pastor Raymond in a long time.
I'm afraid for your liver though. Hope you can dilute some of those things from there.
Well, extra are $300 for one bottle.
No, the one that we bought, the one we bought was 700. The one we bought was 750. And I heard that
they said the president love to drink.
You got to take a little bit because it goes down.
It's a little bit of shot, but man, it's a big drink.
Kev don't have money to buy XO, right? The only time Kev drink XO is somebody buy it for him, right? The only thing Kev can buy that Blue Moon, and, you know, he take a 6-pack of Blue Moon and go to Bash and go to. And listen, Kev is about to leave the show. Kev, no, there are SO buy you have that when CDC were in power, CDC left power, you close that bar down. No, but that's true. You used to see Kev smoking cigar and all when CDC was in power.
No, but actually, I saw Expo in my man hand during CDC time.
I'm telling you, when CDC was in power, Kev had BMW. Go see the car Kev driving today.
Clear Cuban cigar. That was some of them smoking.
The people reclaim, they reclaim Kev car because he couldn't pay the car note. When CDC was in power, Kev never used to work. But this time, Kev worked from in the morning to 10 o'clock. Right now, as I speak to you, Kev is at his job working. He's doing overtime. It's not easy. We accept it, Kev. It's okay, right? the chopping stop, right? So I understand, Kev. You cannot drink SO. That's why you take the man will take the Blue Moon. The man will take a Blue Moon and go to a man house with a man. The name they can call. I don't know who that guy name call him Bashura and Kev Blue Moon there. How when you say Blue Moon Bashura?
Yeah,
but the Blue Moon, that beer,
how the guy will get Blue Moon of Bashura house? And he said, "Guy, he went."
But let's leave that topic now. Yeah, my man.
Oh my God!
What y'all bad, man? Can you imagine? I mean, anyway, let me leave it. Best thing to do is to leave that topic.
You can't blame Kev for wanting to see CDC come by the power. I mean, the man join that government. To be friends.
Oh yeah, Kevin Joe. Oh yeah.
To be friends of the president. That's not anything easy, man.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I would not advocate for anything else, but such an era to come back.
Let me tell you something. You know how it is where you can pick up the phone and call President Walker and call the vice president. They answer your talk, your text each other. You know the privilege that Kev had with President Weah. It was a great thing, a blessing to Kev. So seeing that President Weah not in power is painful. It hurt Kev. Every day, Kev will complain. You can even put in your Michael Gabriel in the chair. Kev will say he want President Weah back in that place, right? That's how painful it is.
Don't blame me.
Kev had a lot of money coming in from different places.
Man, principal interest there. That's how life is.
Yeah, but that's what we always said to them, right? You gotta be disciplined now. CDC gotta be disciplined. Gonna great. To tell you the truth, if you want to come back, right, embrace everybody. Nothing should hurt you. Be like McGill. Nothing hurt McGill. McGill is hard for McGill to get vest.
Man, who tell you that?
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
McGill came on this way and said, you.
No. They're in the bar, you and McGill talk. That's how McGill operate, right? McGill don't, yeah. But my thing is that most of these sedition and they're angry. They say, we come by your watch and say, it scare people away.
Yeah,
you gotta be mellow. When you come with that attitude and say you want to be a bad man, it scare people away. But that's what Joe Weah is calling everybody, reaching out to everybody, and the competition is there. That's what Jeremiah Kun calling everybody too, because Jeremiah Kun knows that Joe Weah is reaching out. And, and that's why Kev said he can never leave Massa. I mean, many days I refused to take Kev call. He will call, he will text, he will put a person on the phone and say, I'm picking it. The man will torment me. If Kev, let me say this thing, and I will say this in the wrong. Great. If Kev for a woman, the way he can call me.
Your wife.
Let me know again.
Your wife.
You talking your husband. You talking. I see child mess with you, mess with yourself.
The man can come into my, and I said, well, man, leave me alone, let me rest. But you know what? That's how it should be, because he got passion for life.
The appointment, the man calling for not for politics.
Besides Joe, Kev love Liberia. Though he may come from Sierra Leone, but he got a special love for the Liberia. Besides Joe, right? He loves the country. So
you know exactly what I can call you for. You see the man looking over his shoulder, something there watching you.
but I will always say to everybody, you got to do what you got to do if you love what you do, right? This is what I love, and this is what I would do continuously, right? You got to come and tell the Liberian people the truth. From in the morning to in the evening, we are connecting with people. We're talking about the drugs issue. We're making the case in the background. Jeremiah Kun is a decent man. He's not involved with drugs. He may know some picking that I came to take picture with him. So what? Right? Jeremiah Kun is not involved with drugs. And I know sedition playing politics. And to tell you the truth, the right to do so, Conor Gray. To tell you the truth, sedition can do that because we did that to George Weah. We tied George Weah to the Kush. We tied George Weah to the $100 million cocaine. You remember? And we used that to remove George Weah. So I'm not mad. And these guys should not be insulting. Because that's politics. Jeremiah Kun used to it. He can play that game. Yeah. It will not shake him. You can tie Joseph Boakai to drugs. People will not believe it. But that's politics. That's the opening the opposition have. They will use it. Don't get mad. But we're yet to set the record straight. That Jeremiah Kun is far, far away from cocaine. The man on operation to develop Liberia. Okay? Let sedition do their stuff. Let's keep focus. Right? And in 2023, CDC missed an opportunity like this. When we were beating them on the $100 million worth of cocaine, the drugs and kush increased in the country, and we're bringing videos from all over the world and saying zombie and zocos, CDC followed us. They were insulting us. They were missing the mic to celebrate and to show What President Weah was doing that was good. And that's what Unity Party is doing today. Don't follow them. Showcase Joseph Yema Boakai achievement. If you follow them, you will fall on the wayside because they follow us 2023. When we talk about drugs, they ran beyond drugs. When we talk about the cocaine and kush, they ran beyond the cocaine and kush. When we talk about Maggie building homes and places in South Africa, Samatwe, in Ivory Coast, they ran to defend it. We were distracting them and making the case for Joseph Yema Boakai. Today, Unity Party want to do the same. Brush it off. Keep focused. You got yellow machine to sell. You got road development to sell. You got the little thing, the increase in the schools, building in the country, paying teachers, paying 7-7. You got all those good things to sell. Sell them. Don't run behind careful son when you say, Joe, we are doing. Who said, I mean, just Kun doing drugs and Yaka said the Papa in Turkey. The Papa is engaging on energy in Turkey. The Papa making it big on roads development. These are the message that need to be out there. But you run behind there and say, no, this government will come down to the drugs issue because we got the evidence. We got the story. We will force the government to speak and the president will act for the safety of the country. So don't worry about sedition. Kev can kind of tell you so what? We'll be able to checkmate Kev. If you run beyond sedition, you will fall in the trap. And guess what happened? You will be past government like they are past government today. Because they are coming strong. CDC coming strong, my people. They are connecting with Mr. Cummings, connecting with Musa Belete, connecting with NPP, ARCO. They are coming strong. So what is our game? To counter them.
But then that means saying that the post was not for Musa if they are connecting with him.
If for Musa, but that's the you can still talk to Musa. You can still talk to Musa. Brother, the thing about the opposition unity record agree. Majority of the leader in opposition have agreed that John Weah would be the standard bearer.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
They have the highest vote. They can come and play Yama Yama at the business.
Oh, it's former president.
Now the problem here, who will be that number 2? Right? Why are you not giving Conor Gray the number 2? Why are you not giving Kev the number 2? That would be the problem. Because that number 2 should represent not only CDC, but the entire opposition unity. That's the issue. Whether it will be Mr. Cummings, will Mr. Cummings accept it? What Mr. Cummings going to bring on the table? Whether it's going to be Tewon Gonglo, Musa Belete, Seymour Freeman, a lot of names out there, Ambara Kone. So that's where, the rubber will meet the road. But I'm hearing, looking.
VP is still eligible.
But that's what I'm about to say. Through it all, Joe Weah will probably, he cannot settle for the former VP because the arrangement will be, you must take the VP from the rest of the opposition political party. But you're right, the former VP, if she's the head of
you have to come from that vote-rich county.
Bon County or Nema County? Or Nema County.
Yes.
You got to forget Lofa gone, with Thomas Fala Lofa gone. Forget
Lofa. Anybody that don't have votes.
Forget Lofa. Yeah, you're right. Bon County, Joe Weah won Bon County by 9,000 plus.
Madam did nothing.
Yeah.
So you gotta look at her too. I mean,
do you think? I know we're closing. Do you think Monserrato gone?
No, that frying pan. Everybody.
Do you think Monserrato gone from
CDC?
No, for Unity Party. You think Monserrato gone?
I mean, I would say that though. That place is sure? But there are lots of people who holding their breath. They're not talking because when they demonstrate support for a ruling establishment in when in an incumbency, when the president of the day is in power, a lot of people, tend to eye. So people are holding their breath.
No, I think it will be hard for Unity Party to win Monserrato, my brother. It will be extremely hard because a lot of stuff is happening in there. They got to prepare themselves. They got to prove themselves. They got to show that the country is better. And again, listen, I'll just say to all of you, God bless you. God keep you, Kev. Thank you, my friends. Always good seeing you. Colonel Gray, thank you, Chief. I want to say to all of you, thanks for joining us today. Till we meet again, wherever you are, may God bless you, may God keep you. It's always good having you in our corner to discuss issues of national concern. Our country is blessed with natural resources, blessed with good human resources, but the direction to move our country forward, the leadership, that's what lacking. But I can assure you, as we get closer to 2029, listen, Liberia will be better. This government have done a lot. We hope we can have people that will sell the good message of Joseph Yuma Boakai. The fight on drugs is every one of us fight. And that's why Rockton see it from the front page Africa, Stanton Witherspoon from Spoon Talk, and all of our panelists will continue to fight and bring to you the story that only we can bring to you. The government must act, and the government under Joseph Yuma Boakai will act. Make no mistake, this drugs issue, hell will roll, people will go. President Boakai have committed himself with Jeremiah Kuhn leading the charge. This government will persecute 100%. And those that are involved, you will know them. Rest assured, more names to come up, and the folks are waiting. Those that are involved, we'll expose them. Go to bed, be safe, be blessed. Together, let's do the job that the Liberian people want us to do. It's only because of you we are here. You may be outside of Liberia, you may be in Liberia, but Liberia is all, we all were born in Liberia, and we wish Liberia well. Sometimes just say thank you to your senators. Sometimes just appreciate your lawmakers. It's not easy. Yes, we agree some of them are corrupt. Yes, we agree some of them broke the law. They are immoral, but we are no better. We are no better than them. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. If you have never committed any sin, pick up the first stone. But if you have and have come to a realization that you need to make it right and fight for Liberia. So we say, may God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. Together, we will see the end to this story. And together, Liberia will be free from cocaine and the rest of the drug story. Have a good evening. Have a good morning wherever you are, and have a good night. So we'll meet again tomorrow. Come back. We got more story for you. If we say anything that offended anyone, we are sorry. These are all allegations that will be decided in the court of law. And you will be blessed as a country. Bye for now. Good night. Sean, are you ready? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on.